And we're
Yeah, we are.
live.
Yay! Hello.
Hey,
We are live.
we're live. I can't
So
believe it.
let's see if I can do the little heart thing.
Wait, I gotta do it. Yeah.
There you go.
Oh
It's
my
close.
God, I'm stupid.
That's great. Oh, I've been waiting years to do that with you.
5. I think it's been at
5 years.
least 4, but I'm thinking 5 years.
Oh, that's so wonderful.
So happy holidays, everybody. I mean, it's
Yes.
not like too many people are watching, but maybe they will catch the recording.
Yeah. So happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, whatever you celebrate. Have a wonderful one. I had a good Christmas, very small and quiet, just like I wanted.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I didn't cook, and I love that.
Yeah, I bet. I bet.
Yeah, I cook all the time.
That can get
It's
out of control during the holidays.
yeah, yeah. So we just didn't do a big meal. We just did basically I did the baby shower and all the little stuff that went with that and let that stand for our big winter party. And we just had a
Mhm,
very small Christmas get together yesterday and it was nice.
mhm.
And my
Hey,
son and
Ray! Look,
who let's see.
wait.
I'm gonna look on here and see.
Merry Christmas. See, I got it on the screen now. You can see
Oh,
it.
I see. Okay. I was trying
And
to make sure that I can see him on my little chat here.
can you?
Not yet. Maybe I need to refresh it. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. Yes. Oh, we've got Merry Christmas. Hello, Ray. Hello, girly girl. I see you now. Yes. Oh, we've got Merry Christmas.
Oh, you got the sound going. There's a delay,
Yes.
isn't it?
Okay. I got it turned down now. Okay. I'm all set.
All right.
So I would like to ask you to tell me about German Christmas markets and the
Okay,
fun
this
things
here.
you can do. Oh, let's
Look,
see.
I put
I'm
it on the screen.
behind. Oh, hi, Kate. Hi, cousin. That's my cousin. So yeah, we were gonna talk about Christmas markets and glühwein and the wonderful sausages and gingerbread and what else. Now there's something that you have with a sugar cube dipped in brandy, and you put it in the wine and set it on fire. Do you know about that? I've seen it online. It's like a
Mm-mm,
stronger version of glühwein. You haven't heard of
mm-mm.
that? I'm not sure what
It
it's called.
it doesn't ring a bell right now, no.
Of course,
No, just the mulled wine, the glue wine.
yeah.
And that stuff is strong because I was thirsty once we were running errands. I remember with my ex-husband, and we were at the marketplace. That is where the Christmas market is. And I said, I'm so thirsty, but I'm so cold. Also, it was freezing cold outside. And I said, I want something warm. So I got myself a glue wine and I exed it. It wasn't all that hot. Or blue. I can't remember, but I almost downed the whole thing and I was instantly trashed. Instantly, because I wasn't used to drinking alcohol.
I may have to stick to the Kinder Punch.
You gotta take it easy if you're not used to it. Like, it's not
Yeah.
really that strong, but it's the connection between, like, what the outside temperature is, and you drink it outside because you're at the Christmas market, you walk up to a stand and you get yourself a cup, and they also give you, like, the ceramics cup, and then
Hmm.
you have to pay a deposit
Hmm.
for them to make sure that you bring it back. And so you're standing there sipping on it, but I just downed the whole thing because I was thirsty, I was cold, and I wanted something warm in my belly. And yeah, that hit. That hit.
Now, now there's two kinds, like the dark and the light. Now, isn't one like a currant wine and the other's like a pear wine? I guess I've
I
been
have
I've
no
been doing too much research, haven't I?
probably probably more than me. I've never heard of a light mulled wine.
Well, I saw one and it was a pear wine they were offering at one of the stalls at a Christmas market. And the cups are so neat that you just get a real cup and you
Hmm.
can either keep it as a souvenir or give it back and get your little deposit back. That's such a neat idea because you want something like that in a real cup, like a
Yeah.
mug you can like huddle around for the warmth and enjoy it.
Yeah, but they're so small. See, they're not like this.
Oh, they're not. They're the little bitty ones.
They're smaller.
Yeah. Well, good because they're strong. You get drunk.
Well, they're smaller now. When I had it, they were bigger. They were like regular coffee cup size, And it going down, being warm and having alcohol in it, and I don't know what happened, but I never forget it. Yeah, she's the real expert.
I've been looking into Christmas markets. I have. Yeah. I'm very interested. They look wonderful. They seem like a winter version of our like state fair we
Right.
have in the summertime. The late summer, we'll have a state fair and all the vendors and all the specialty foods. What's your favorite at a Christmas market? What's your favorite food?
Oh, food.
Mm.
I don't really have like a Christmas related food because I eat Lebkuchen, the gingerbread, as soon as they sell them, and they don't sell them throughout the year because they're
Oh,
sugar glazed and they would melt in the summertime. And so I don't have any like Christmas related foods, but I always have a brat on a roll on a.
now are
They're
those
different. They're not.
long skinny ones? Are they the long skinny sausages?
Oh,
Or
the
the
sausages, yeah, but they usually like fold them in half
oh,
so that they fit on a roll, you know.
right.
And the rolls are more like the Kaiser rolls, and
Mhm.
they are crunchy. They are not like in the States, like the breads are soft.
Right, yeah. I've
Very
heard
good.
German bread is just extraordinarily delicious.
Yeah, it
They all
is.
have really a huge variety of
Yeah,
bread, homemade bread. Well, fresh made breads. Not like
yeah.
ours in the States that they're not really even bread. It's kind of like a preserved cake, Wonder Bread or whatever. They're not really bread.
I was looking for sourdough bread all over the place in Virginia and New Mexico,
It's hard to find.
and
I
it's
tried
hard to make, and so I never made it, and so I didn't have it the entire time I was in the States.
and the bread that we get here, like the sandwich bread and everything, it's just not the same as far as like certain sandwiches. Like I like a Reuben sandwich on rye, and it is
Yes.
difficult to find good fresh rye bread. It's like I'll look for it, and when I find the bread, then we'll have a Reuben, but you
Yeah.
can't always find that bread.
But the rye bread is like I had it so often because it was the closest I could get to sourdough bread, and it was giving no, it was a tease, let's face it. It was it was a
Right,
tease, but it was in the right direction. It was
right.
effort being put in the right direction.
Yeah.
And then I got something, they even had it at Walmart. I can't remember what brand it was, but it was like a sourdough pumpernickel swirl, but the
Mm,
pumpernickel was wrong too because the pumpernickel was also very soft and it wasn't supposed to be.
right.
The pumpernickel was supposed to be hard, and so I said to my daughter, "Maybe that's as close as we're gonna get to sourdough bread," and I liked it. I really
Yeah.
liked it.
Yeah. American bread is, I think our taste runs to soft bread. So to
Yeah.
market it, I think they soften up the different recipes with whatever they do,
And
preservatives, I guess.
it's strange to me, you know why? Because in, elementary school, they taught us like, they teach you the human body, what the teeth are for, and how the
Mhm.
digestive system works, and so, the purpose of having a crust on a bread is that you chew it. You are really you have no other choice but to chew it, to chew
Mhm.
a lot, and that gets the saliva going, and
Mhm.
that makes digestion, the whole process
Yeah.
in the stomach easier, and that is why. they did that, with the making sure that there's a crust on the bread. And
Mhm.
so every time I watched an American show and they said, cut off the crust off my toast bread. I mean, you can't even call that a crust. It's just
Right.
the darker part of, of the slice. But in Germany, if somebody had said, cut off the crust because I can't chew it, that would have made sense.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to work for that bread.
I know. Ray saying, "Oh my god, I haven't had a good broad on a roll since I was in Germany." Yeah, I haven't frequently. Like just this Christmas market alone has been going on for since the beginning of December. I've had at least 4 or 5. I
Nice.
agree. I love the bread in Germany versus American. Yeah.
Whenever I make
Yeah.
homemade bread, I'll put a little dish of water in the oven to make sure and get that nice hard crust on there. I like that. When you knock on the bread to see if it's done, I like that.
Yeah. And I never liked it as a kid. And, I still remember what they taught us in school about how it's good for the teeth and it's good for the saliva, the stomach and the digestive system. It's good for all of that. But I would, pick it off and not eat it. But then later on, I learned how to appreciate it.
Yeah, yeah. Did they tell you crust make your hair curl? No, I've not heard that. Is that a wives' tale where you are, Kate? Crust make your hair curl? Oh, hello, Moon Spider.
Hey, girl.
How are you? Hope you're having a Merry Christmas. Me and Sabina are thrilled to be together. We've been planning this live stream for about 5 years, and I live in the middle of nowhere and had no signal, but recently have been brought into the 21st century and have some Wi-Fi. So happy
I'm
holiday
so,
Christmas stream.
so happy about it.
And we should be able to see some cats at some point. There's one, let's see, right there's Vince. But we should have some cats. I should move the Christmas tree right behind me and then they'll knock it down and play in it. And I could show you guys.
Oh,
My Christmas tree is back here. I have all my furniture rearranged because I had a big party. But the Christmas tree is, oh, definitely an old wives' tale for your curly hair. I got you. Um, the Christmas tree, the way I do it is each of my ornaments are unbreakable plastic ornaments. They look like glass, but they're plastic ornaments. And instead of ornament hooks, I use bread twisties and I twist them and secure them onto the tree so you can't take them off. So when the cats do knock the tree down, then I just
that's
set it back
cool.
up again.
That's
They
cool.
don't, they
And
can't really ruin it.
yeah. And I love the tree. I saw it in your video. So
Oh, thank you.
everybody, like the thousands of people that are watching here right now, go over to Tennielle's channel and check out her tree. It's beautiful.
I've been so lax in my channel lately. I've been so busy that I've just been posting like a video of the cats once a week because I know that people want to know how the cats are doing. And so I try to post a video showing they're all, running around in good health and everything. But I haven't done any like personal videos in so long. I just have been too busy working and with the grandbaby on the way and everything. It's just I'm totally distracted and involved in my IRL life.
Yeah.
And I haven't been
You know
on
what I
here
missed the
very much.
most, strangely enough? I loved your vlogs with the diary, when you the
Oh
journal
yeah.
when you read that. But what I learned to appreciate even more is when you read that book to us.
Oh, I'm so glad you like that. I've
I can't
always
remember.
wanted to do that.
Yeah, that
Um,
was so nice in your little reading corner with the recliner and all the stuff
yeah,
behind you and the cat in your lap, usually Marina, right?
yeah, she's my reading buddy. Yeah, I did The Secret Garden by Frances Bennett Hodgson. And I think I did a lot of different fairy tales, but not the kind for little kids. They're the original Grimm fairy tales with the
Yeah,
kind of dark notes in there. They were very violent and odd to our
yeah.
modern sensibilities. But I loved reading. I always loved reading to the kids when they were little. I really enjoyed it as much, if not more, than they did.
Mhm.
And hello, Odessa Burke. Nice that you're here. Thank you for joining us and
Yes.
Merry Christmas.
Hi, and thank you for all of your comments on my other channel. All of you, Moon Spider too. And
Well,
we hope we have you have great holidays and you're enjoying your
yes,
time, a peaceful
yes,
time, hopefully.
yes. And a prosperous
Okay.
new year to everyone. Wishing everyone a super prosperous new year. And I hope you get everything, just the stars align for all of us. And we have a fantastic 24.
Yes. I have a good feeling about it because it's like an even number. The odd numbers make me kind of nervous. I don't know why.
Right. Yeah.
I
You
don't know
never know. You
why.
just get feelings that way about things. I
Yeah.
think some good things are going to happen this year. I feel like it is.
Yeah. Well, freedom is gonna be a big part of that. Wink, wink.
Yeah. Yes. Definitely so.
Yeah. No, but I'm glad we could finally make it happen, and I'm
Um,
sorry that we didn't announce it. It was not really short notice, like we knew about it, but I don't know. I just
yeah, I had some of my Christmas plans were like up in the air until the last minute, so I couldn't really confirm. And we just decided to do this today when we both had a little time. Oh, Kate still watches my storytelling. Oh, I know you do, girl. Yes, I love telling those stories. I've been wanting to do Anne of Green Gables. That's one of my favorites. I like doing children's stories because they're not really offensive to anyone usually, and you don't have to worry about copyright with the older ones. You know, the fairy
mhm,
tales and the old ones, and I just enjoy reading, and the good children's stories resonate with me more so as I get older. I don't know
mhm,
why, but I'm finding value and moral tales and stuff like that. Just I really enjoy them. Like recently, Kate will confirm this. I've been listening to Frog and Toad, and that's
mhm,
just a children's story, you know, Frog and Toad, and it's very simple. They just go on adventures and stuff, but I'm finding all kinds of wonderful lessons about loving a simple life, appreciating what you have, living in the moment, treasuring a good friend. All of these things are just really valuable, and I find them in the good children's stories.
mhm,
And I've been really interested in children's stories lately because my son and his wife are having their first baby, and they're one of their main things that they asked for when people were giving them gifts were children's stories. They requested your favorite children's story, either the one you loved as a child or the one that you loved to read as a child. So if you're watching, put your favorite story in the comments, your favorite children's story in the comments. Mine is The Giving Tree by Shel Silverstein. That is one of my very favorite stories. And what a wonderful lesson. How you can be so giving, or you could be the taker, either one, and it's just not even. And how we all must give and take in every relationship. And I love children's stories, the good ones, you know.
mm.
What's your
Well, I'm
favorite,
gonna have to
Sabine?
research them, because I they were all Grimm's for the most part, and I only know the German titles. But, Ray said something earlier. You were right the first time. You were born on an off year, not an odd year. I was born on an even, you know,
I was born in a
ending
great
on a.
year. I was a bicentennial baby in 76. So the whole
Wow.
country celebrated my birthday in
I bet.
1976. They made
Yeah.
special quarters. There were a lot of special edition vehicles. 76 is a classic year. So I'm a classic model,
Yeah.
vintage.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, but it's, odd. My sister was born in '67, and, she feels like next year is gonna be, different, like, more positive, but we've been dealing with a lot of negatives, these past few years, actually, but maybe 2024 is gonna be better. I was talking to Aliyah earlier this year how this year is gonna be so great, And then and she sent me a Christmas card today. I almost cried.
Me
I want to know
too.
how
Me
she's doing. I hope
too.
she's going to update us again
Yes,
soon.
maybe she'll pop in on our live. I should send her a link.
Yeah, you
Um,
should.
yeah, I'll try and do that. Yeah. I love to hear from Aliyah. What a kind soul. I just love her to pieces.
Yeah. My mom always said you can when it's true you can say it.
Sure. Yeah. You know, the older I get, the
Sometimes-
more I don't understand people who like put on airs or lie for attention or,
Yeah,
because to me, telling a bunch of lies, it's too much to keep up with. It's
it
just
is.
easier and simpler to be forthright and, be the person that you are all the time. Then you don't have to keep up with anything. If you're
Yeah.
trying to seem like a fancy person in front of these certain people, that doesn't work. You need to be your genuine self. And then the people who appreciate you will naturally surround you, and the people who don't appreciate you will fall off. It's just
Mhm.
always good to be yourself, in my opinion. Oh, congratulations on the coming baby. Thank you so much. I'm thrilled. My very first chapter book in
Charlotte's
kindergarten
Web.
was Charlotte's Web.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Ramona Quimby books were also great. I love Charlotte's Web. When the kids were little, um, we watched that cartoon, Charlotte's Web, the animated cartoon. Timeless amounts, timeless amounts. I know every word by heart. That's a great little book.
One lie equals
Yeah.
1,000 lies.
That
Yeah.
is true. That is true. Yeah.
One of the reasons I don't lie is because I don't want to keep up with them. Like it's I'm
Me
much
too.
too lazy to lie because then you have to remember too much.
But also,
So
I rarely feel inspired to tell a lie.
yeah.
I may refrain from mentioning or lie by omission, not
Mm,
mention certain things. But normally, lying doesn't occur to me in general
yeah.
conversation.
Yeah.
I don't see the point of telling untruths. It seems
But
pointless.
it's like at work, it seems like I learned this, especially this job, the current job, that people are very two-faced when it comes
Mm,
to, their the superiors, and they try to seem different, but then that person leaves and then they're all of a sudden they're different. And the other receptionist is like that. And I've told her several times about that old team leader, the first team leader in
mm.
2018 and the one we have now. I said, it would help if you actually said what you are saying now in front of the
Right.
team leader
Right.
and
You're
not
telling the
just
wrong
talk.
person.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And to me, that is already lying, being like different, like
Hmm.
try to appease her when she's around, but backmouthing her when she's not around. I don't like that.
Well, Kate is right that liars, they have to have a good memory. Um,
Yeah.
I specifically remember one person in particular who was an excellent liar, but she believed her lies. Like
Yeah.
she convinced herself that this was the way that it was. And when she told those lies, they came out feeling truthful because she believed her own lies.
It's
I asked her
weird.
one time, how come you're such a good liar? I mean, you pull it off so wonderfully. Hey, Dagon!
Dagon. Oh my
Merry
God.
Christmas. Little hearts for Dagon, little hearts for Dagon. He showed up on my very first live stream when I first got this tablet. He showed up. He was my only guest. So thank you, Dagon. I hope you and Derby and Lily are having a great Christmas. That's his little kitties, cute, sweet kitties. Wonderful to see you as always.
That's another problem of mine with my ADS. I can't lie. I just say, what I'm thinking.
Yeah, yeah. I also do that, and I my conversation branches like a tree. I'll intend to talk about one thing and just derail and totally just get gone on something else and forget what I intended to say. And sometimes when I am doing a chat video with someone, I'll have to have a list of pertinent topics because I'll just sit here and babble on and just about whatever crosses my very random brain and just
I'm
talk and
loving
talk.
it. I'm loving it.
I like your random brain too, Sabina. I identify with your random brain. Mm.
Wait.
I hate that people aren't
Hold on.
upfront. Being two-faced is cowardly. That's
Yeah,
true. That's true.
yeah,
And it takes bravery and it takes strength of character to not worry about what people think and just be yourself. It took me a
right.
while to realize that as a young woman, I didn't want to offend anyone. I wanted to be properly mannerful in front of others. And still, I'm not going to swear in front of the church lady or anything like that. But basically, I act how I act. And if you don't like that, that's okay.
Yeah,
But I'm not
yeah.
going to change for you. You don't have to enjoy my personality or be around me, but I'm going to be who I am. And there are plenty of people who like me just fine.
Yeah.
We love rabbiting. Yes, we love rabbiting. Rabbiting on and on. That's a new English saying that I learned from my cousin Kate, is that when you talk and talk and talk and talk, it's called rabbiting. And I am good at it. That's why my videos are an hour plus. Yes, yes, just I just blah blah blah. So many things cross my wee mind. We worry too much about what others think. Yes, we
Yeah,
do. Yes,
and
we
Kate,
do.
what bugs me at work is that things could change if more people dared, like in my situation, that things could change if more people spoke up, but they just try to appease their superiors and nothing ever changes. And so I've been told several times that they appreciate the fact that I don't hide things. I'm not being rude at work. I'm being professional and I express myself in a professional manner. But when
Mhm.
I find that there's room for improvement about certain things, and I don't criticize nonstop, that's not what I'm doing, but things that would really make our everyday life easier, I tend to point that out here and there. And so people appreciate that because it's there are people that always like stuff everything down and don't phrase their opinion, and then they explode, and then you wonder like, where did that come from? Why did
Right.
they yell all of a sudden? And that's why I don't like that. I'd rather just permanently give my running comment on things.
Definitely. Well,
You know,
you should express your opinion, even if it's a negative opinion, in a respectful way, and
exactly, and in
people
a
will
constructive
understand.
way.
Right, in a constructive and respectful way. You can say something even very negative. If you say it in the right way, you can express yourself. And if a person takes that wrong, then that's kind of on them. Because if
Yeah,
you're respectful and you're not criticizing or critiquing their behavior, you're just giving your own view, then people should respect that and be able to, accept that about you. But some people don't. They're very passive aggressive with it, or they just don't know how to be their genuine, authentic self because I think they're too worried about what other people think or possibly their
mhm,
reputation or something like that. And I think
yeah.
if you're a genuine person, that's not an issue.
Mm-mm. And then there's the ones that want to just nonstop complain, but not create any or
Mm,
initiate any changes. They're worried about there being changes at work, and so they just complain about things, but they don't want them changed. And
right.
I've come across so many of them. It's frustrating.
Yeah, Kate says be upfront. Yes,
Yeah,
definitely.
oops, I'm all over the place. There you are. There are the people who just complain, but then there's the people who have a complaint with solutions. Exactly, there's a big difference.
Yes.
And it's,
Yes.
it's not like, there are people that find something negative in everything, and I'm not that kind of person. But if it's things that, could be changed that would make our everyday life easier, when I say it, then it's like I make a suggestion, like how could we make this easier or more sufficient or whatever, and then it's different than nonstop complaining. But the other receptionist keeps just, complaining.
Hmm. And it makes you feel like you're telling the wrong person. You should say this to the person that
Yeah,
can affect change. Yeah.
yeah.
At my job, I have there's two people. One is the owner and one is the other cook, and they often have issues with each other, but they never tell each other, they tell me. So I found myself on a couple occasions sitting them down and say, okay, you said this and you said this. Now, why don't you guys talk about it instead of both of you telling me? Because
Yeah.
I can't do anything about it. I understand how people need to vent about work, of course, but that's not going to do anything or make it any better until you address the actual issue. And sometimes it can be something very minor that would be an easy fix, but
Yeah.
nobody, you know, interacts with the right person and gets that fix accomplished.
Yeah.
Some people love to complain, but won't do anything positive to help others. Yeah, Kate, I've noticed that some people love to complain so much that they'll just find things to complain about. There won't really be a problem, but they'll invent a problem so that they can complain. Oh, it
Yeah.
seems so tiresome to be like that.
Yeah.
You never
No,
really leave high school.
you really
Ain't
don't.
that the truth? Ain't that the truth? I know a couple of people who never left their high school hairdos behind, still rocking that 90s do. It's like, oh, girl, nobody does that anymore. Hmm.
Yeah.
They just live to complain. Yeah, yeah. I've known a couple of people like that. That's what they like to do for a hobby is complain.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, seems a
And
miserable
I
way
don't
to
like
be.
that when somebody complains to me, I'm like, okay, what can we do to fix it? And then I make a few
Me too.
suggestions. And then, yeah, but we can't do it because of this and that and this and that. And then a few days later, the same complaints again. And I'm like, okay, I made suggestions, I'm
Yeah,
not
it's
going to
like that,
talk about the same complaints again, over and over again.
it's like that serenity prayer. You know,
Yeah.
help me to do something about the things I can, accept the
Yeah.
things I can't. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you can't do anything about it, there's no sense in really harping on it endlessly. But, we're all human. We all complain
Yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah. And it does feel good to vent sometimes.
It does. It does. So I guess I don't really want to get off on an Amber topic, but I guess we all saw Casey's interview with Mr.
Hmm.
Snowflake. And I actually, I think Sabina, you feel the same way. I wasn't really surprised at anything. That's pretty much what we assume she's going to be like. Other than he said she was, a bit better back in the day, that she's gotten worse, and like Becky had it way worse than Casey did. Um, but yeah, I guess we're going to do Crystal next, he said. So that'll be interesting
I,
because I
I
don't know anything about Crystal.
I can't. I don't even see. I wouldn't do it. I mean, I love Mr. Snowflake, and I love his way of documenting things. And I've been supporting his and Jimmy Bunker's channels for a while. But Crystal, I don't know. But it's all part of the picture, and so she has
Mhm.
to be a part of this. But
Yeah.
I hope that what comes from this interview is that Becky is watching it because she was with Amber for 4 years,
Hmm.
and she suffered a lot. You could tell. I mean, Amber would even leave it in the vlogs, and I think it probably helped her to hear somebody else talk about their relationship
Yep.
with Amber, and that maybe she gets the courage, by seeing how Mr. Snowflake is.
Hmm.
Can crack jokes and he can be mean, but he wasn't in that interview.
Right.
He
He's a
was super
kind
clear.
person.
He's very kind. And so I hope that, if Becky finds it in her, she can, like for her own healing, not necessarily for us to watch, maybe, but just to
Right.
have a conversation with him and sort out a few things in her head where she probably thinks she has deserved it. Like for example, when she said, after she had broken up with Amber, and she said that she always was fearful that her partner would leave her for a man or for a
Right.
boy.
Yeah.
And then Amber totally harped on her for that. And I hope that it helps Becky and that something, that it goes into that corner is basically what I'm trying to say.
Mhm. Yeah.
Because it felt like it helped Casey to talk about it, and But it's been 12 years, and if you look at Casey still struggling with
Yeah.
the consequences of that relationship after 12 years,
Yeah.
Becky after now 2 years, 2 years, they broke up in 2021, is probably still very, very
Mhm.
hurt.
Yeah. You can tell
Oh, I need to know you
she's
don't need
tentative.
to um don't watch the Amber not her channel because you would give her a view. I cannot recommend that because that would be awarding her or rewarding her for what she's doing. And my channel, it depends on your mental health. Like if you want to hear somebody called out on their mistakes by me, you
And
know.
you do it good. You do it good too, girl. Boy, gloves off, honey. You are just, I love it. I love
But
it.
see, my sister is not into the Amberverse at all, and I've told her things because, of course, back in 2019 when I started, my sister said, "Who is that girl you keep talking about?" And I said, "Well, like a third or 28-year-old, a 600 pounder that hasn't done anything with her life, and is arrogant and ignorant and condescending and smug on top of it all." And she said, "Well, do you feel good about talking bad about her then?" And I said, "It's not about that. It's not about being able to make myself feel better by talking bad about somebody else. It's about bringing some kind of or some level of fairness to the
Hmm.
situation where she has supposedly 228,000 subscribers, but only tops out at 20,000 views a video. And all she does is do damage to her audience in my books. And so, Ray, I can't really answer it. You can check out my other channel, but if it's too much, you gotta decide.
Sometimes I have to step back. I mean, not
Me
that I
too.
don't enjoy the reaction channels, but actually just being inundated by Amber's ways, it just disgusts me after a while. And I have to just not watch her for a little while because it just, I can't take
Yeah.
it, you know. And I do feel strongly. I think a lot of people in the reaction game feel so strongly that they must say something. It's like you just feel like, oh, I can't let this pass. I have to say something. This is what I see. This is what I feel about this, and I've got to say something. And I feel that way too. You know, there's many things that she does that I'm just like. And as far as Becky is concerned, I think that the level of her abuse gradually climbed and climbed, like I'm sure it does in most abusive relationships, until Amber herself was mistreating Becky so bad that the stuff she let slip on camera, she didn't even notice that it was as bad as it was because off camera, she was so cruel to her. And you can tell that Becky was being mistreated, like
Mm.
in every way. Like when Amber would bust up and be like, "What you doing, Becky? Let me see what you're drawing." And Becky would be shy, and you could tell she didn't maybe really want to share that right then. And then she'd show it, you know, and be kind of shy. My heart went out to her because that was private. She was having
Yeah.
some personal time, doing something that relaxed her that she enjoyed, and Amber just busting up and just blasting her out to her huge following like that. It
Yeah.
just seemed like everything she did was so inconsiderate in the
Yeah.
extreme. And that
And she
was what
couldn't
she was
even tell,
good
like it
at.
showed in the vlogs. Becky didn't even have to say anything. It showed on her face and it showed in her eyes the
Mhm,
disappointment of how inconsiderate Amber was being yet again.
mhm,
She never learned from her mistakes on how she put people on blast just for the views, just to get that money, and then throw it in their faces that she pays for everything. It's just all the
mhm.
way around. So Ray, wait, you said something. I don't know if I could handle you calling me out. I wouldn't call you out. And I'm not like that in real life. I don't go around criticizing people or listing their flaws. I have enough of my own. I battle my own demons. But with this Amberlyn Reed, the way it started is I had posted a video about my own food addiction on this channel here. And resulting from that, in my recommended video section, there was nothing but Amber Reed, Amber Reed. And I thought that the aliens had landed for a while, and they are called the I don't know what I was thinking, but I couldn't put two and two together. So because of that food addiction video that I had posted, she was recommended. And I clicked on her video, and at first I thought, oh my gosh, she must have serious problems to have eaten herself to that size. I mean, being around 600, I don't even care, 500, 700, I don't care. To have eaten herself to that size, she must be a very unhappy person. But it turns out she's not just unhappy and depressed and everything. She is bitter and mean and evil on top of it all. And I've never seen that kind of combination in another person. Never.
Yeah, she is hateful. She is a hateful person.
Mm.
Yeah, definitely. Odessa Burke says, the Casey interview, that was something. I'm glad Casey had an opportunity to speak his piece. I do hope all the exes speak to him. People need to know the truth. I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
I know that Crystal is a private, introverted, shy person by all accounts, and probably would not feel comfortable doing an online interview like that. But like you said, maybe she'll at least get some kind of peace knowing she wasn't the only one. Like,
Yeah.
sometimes when you're mistreated like that, you think it's you.
Yeah.
Like, I've done something wrong, that typical, well, it was probably me, I probably deserved it, and that is so bad. Nobody deserves to be mistreated like that.
Yeah. Kate, I agree. Kate says, I honestly do not understand how she gets so many subs. It can't be right. Now, I'm gonna go out on a limb again, and even on my channel here, which is where I started off with the Amber reactions, and then I kicked her off my channel and started the other one. I strongly believe that since April 2019, and it has been proven that she does this, Amber buys subs. That
Mhm.
was the time when we taught her a lesson by unsubscribing. We did a mass exodus, and so over 11,000 people unsubscribed from her channel within a time frame of, I think, 5 days. And it
Mhm.
was because
That
she
was
had
the
gotten
shrimp gate, wasn't it? The shrimp gate.
Shrimp, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, it was kind of leading up to that, and then she did the shrimp gate, and then,
yeah.
oh, I won't be talking about my weight loss anymore because y'all are
Mhm.
obsessed. Y'all need to chill out. And the way she looked into the camera, it was almost like sparks were coming from her eyes.
And
That's
she's like,
how evil.
"You're not my mama. You're not my daddy. You
Yeah,
can't tell me what to do." And so, for
yeah,
some reason, she was including Chantel in that and saying
yeah,
"we."
yeah.
And Chantel
Because
has many
Chantal,
occasions.
at the same time she was riding the same pony that we should support
Mhm,
them no matter what. So when
mhm,
they say, "Oh my gosh, I feel so fat. I feel so, my blood pressure is high. The doctor told me this and this and that," and then the next day they stuff the unhealthy foods in their mouth. I mean, like trays of
mhm,
food, and we're just supposed to go along with it. And
right,
that's what Amber said in that video. And as a result, she lost all these subscribers for 3 days. I still remember it as if it was yesterday. For 3 days she didn't even catch on. She just kept posting those old videos where she was telling her audience a new one and telling us we should just shut up and just support her. And then she came on with a half-hearted is an understatement, no, it's an overstatement, apology video where she kept
mhm,
checking herself out and kept going, ugh, into
mhm,
the viewfinder, ugh, like she doesn't like what she looks like, and she tried to apologize to her audience. And in that apology video, she said that she thought we were throwing how did she say it? We were throwing, like, it was a guilt trip, not guilt trip, a power trip, that
uh,
we were on a power trip trying to teach her a lesson, and she didn't like it. And since then, and Tennielle, you probably remember her as So Psyched
mhm.
Alex.
Alex, yeah.
She lives in Austria, and we were communicating one morning when all of this happened. and we were on her Social Blade page, and we were, writing back and forth. It was
Mhm.
at 6 in the morning, and we were on the Social Blade of Amber's account. And within a few minutes, that subscriber count jumped up 20,000. So she had bought to make up for what she had lost. She
Yeah.
she bought those, and since then, since that time, they've been going up around 1,000. Sometimes every 4 weeks, sometimes every 6 weeks. Always a few weeks in between.
Yeah, and you can tell that something's off because her subscriber count and her views, the discrepancy between the two is huge.
Yeah.
She's not getting anywhere near her subscriber count on views in years. She hasn't
Mm,
since she started buying those, I suppose.
yeah. Yeah. But she
And
didn't like it. What? Mm,
I don't know how the payment, I'm not monetized, so I don't know how that works. Like if you even get paid by subscribers, I always assumed it was by views. So what is
it's
the
my
point?
views.
Yeah,
It's
that
her. I
seems
think it's her
pointless.
ego. I think her
It's
ego
the
was
clout.
hurt by us.
Yeah.
Yeah. By us unsubscribing, because who would be like, let's say she walks around in Oklahoma City and she goes to a Walmart, and a fan or a supporter walks up to her, and says, "Ooh, I love your vlogs," right? She has to live with the knowledge, not that she's a YouTuber that has 228,000 subscribers, but with the fact that she only gets 20,000 views a day,
Mhm.
with over 2,500 videos on her
Mhm.
channel. That is
Right.
not a lot. That is not a
And
lot.
a lot of those are reaction channels. They're going back through her catalog and they're viewing old ones and making compilations and
Yeah.
watching like all the Christmases and doing a Christmas compilation, or all the times that she's said one thing and then blatantly said the opposite, like showing her lies. And you can watch that for like an hour of her being like, I don't ever do this. Oh, I do this all the time. Or I don't like that. Oh, this is my favorite. Just blatant lies.
Mm,
So I know she's getting a lot of views from reaction channels doing research on her.
yeah,
So it's not
exactly.
even, yeah, that doesn't even like show what she's getting in reality as far as like actual views from fans.
Yeah.
Did you
And also
see?
when people have conversations in the comment section on her channel, it's the same.
Right,
Because if
she's
you
getting those hits. Hmm.
mm, Ray said, oh my, that sounds horrible. I sure don't need that negativity in my life. No, you don't. And actually, I don't either. But I got sucked into it because I
Hmm.
made a couple of videos, and then people said, you actually say what I was thinking
Hmm.
when I
You
was
do.
watching her. And it kind of, like, once I had found out that a person like that exists, I needed to know that other people know too, that is not normal. That is not normal. And a lot of people really can't deal with her content. And the easy solution would be just to not click on her videos anymore. But she's just all over the internet. She has made herself such laughing stock
Hmm.
that she pops up everywhere. Like just yesterday, my sister sent me a link from the other room. She sent me a link to a compilation of funny videos. And she said at 4 minute 33, is that Amber? And it was her when she said, I suffer from OCD. And then in that live stream, and then somebody said, no, you suffer from obesity. And she didn't get it.
Of course she didn't.
It went past her. And so that's the clip that my sister asked me if that was Amber. And that was her. She's all over the internet because she is such a horrid human being.
She's infamous, infamous.
Yeah.
Ah, our German goddess. Here she is, the beauty. And
I've been told before that I wasn't what they expected. And they had pictured somebody like, what's that woman called? The from Holland, the bodybuilder. And I couldn't be
yeah.
farther from her. Like, I'm tall too, and I have an accent, but that's about it. Okay, Kate, you mean what do you mean? She must be buying subscribers?
Yeah, she must. Yeah. Yes, you could definitely tell that Casey was being honest and authentic, and he was telling just his experience. And, The answers came quickly and genuinely, and I did not for 1 minute think that Casey was saying anything that wasn't his truth,
Mm-mm.
for sure. And also, Mr. Snowflake was so gracious,
Yeah, he was.
and a lovely host. It was hard to watch, but it was also nice to watch because of the safe space he was making for him, for Casey, to say what he needed to say. And it seemed
Yeah,
like the video was more about showcasing, well, maybe not showcasing is the right word, but just providing a large audience so Casey can say what he needs to say and get some closure. Because, like you said, it's been 12 years and you could tell he's still greatly affected in his daily life. And the
yeah,
thing that, like, kind of one thing that really pissed me off in that was when Casey said how Amber had marked his drawing, because I'm married to an artist. So I understand the time and the love and the passion and commitment that sometimes it can be over a year that someone puts into a piece of art. And every detail is just their heart. And for someone to just mark it,
yeah,
that is so cruel. That is
yeah,
just so awful. And then also the way she stole his coming out story and the way she stole his fan fiction. Those are all just horrible things that a
yeah,
horrible person would do. I could not
yeah.
imagine taking a pencil and marking across one of my husband's drawings for any reason. That seems cruel.
Hmm.
And just take and the coming out story, that's just weird. Why would you do that?
And
Seems
word for word, she didn't even
word for
try
word.
to change certain details.
Mhm. Just stole it. Which, makes you wonder if she even has a coming out story. Like,
Hmm.
she just stole someone else. She seems totally just, she's just gathered pieces of other people. She doesn't have a genuine personality of her own. She sees something and she thinks it's cool or quirky, and she wants to be that girl and picks it up just like a magpie with a shiny piece of trash. She just accumulates all that stuff and presents it like it's her own personality, but there doesn't seem to be anything besides that or behind that facade. There's just like greed,
Yeah,
gluttony,
yeah,
hatefulness, and spite. It's just
yeah,
awful.
yeah. Yeah, she is. I
I
don't
guess
even
I
want to, like, when I was watching the interview yesterday, and then I was thinking it's Christmas. I'm not even gonna deal with this.
right.
Because some people had asked me in the comment section already if I could give them my take on the interview once it posts. And then I thought it is Christmas. I'm not dealing with that now. And now I feel like if she posted a video, I don't even want to hear what she has to say
Mhm,
after
mhm,
what Casey said yesterday, even though what he is telling us happened over 12 years ago.
mhm,
I would like to hear from Becky and
mhm.
hear from her that she's doing much better, or that the videos from Destiny and the live streams and that interview with Mr. Snowflake, between Mr. Snowflake and Casey yesterday, helped her to deal with what she has gone through, because that must have been the worst time. Becky was with Amber for 4 years when Amber's channel was peaking. That means she had the money to throw at people in order for them to spend time with her, and she held Becky down. I'm
Mhm.
pretty sure, because Annie Doran frequently shows up in my comment section, and she has told me several times that Becky didn't have much. Becky did not have much. Amber made sure that Becky had to continue to keep running to her and asking for every, bit she
Yeah.
needed.
Financial control. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And so she must have been even worse then. But if Becky is the kind of person that just wants to leave people like Amber, behind and deal with it on her own terms and without the interaction of anybody else,
Yeah,
gonna
I
have
can I
to
can
respect.
understand that. But everybody's in full support of Becky, and you know, definitely we all want to hear her side, but not at her, detriment. Like you
No,
said, if
no.
it's best for her to go on, then that's of course what she should do.
Yeah.
Don't narcissists do that, because they have no persona of their own? Well, yeah, Amber seems to take on the persona of her partner. Like what, with the exception of Becky, she seemed to dominate Becky. And that was her persona at that time, was like she's making sure Becky does what she's supposed to do. And that list that Casey had of things that he wasn't supposed to do or that he was supposed to do for Amber, trying to be a better partner. Like, don't
That was a
don't make
joke.
her don't make her repeat herself. Don't talk about things she's not interested in. Don't, all these kind of things. It's like, that's just fucking cruel. How downtrodden he must have been and a minor. And she was leeching off of his family. Oh, what a
But
horrible
see,
person.
that's one of the reasons why I do reactions to her videos, because there are teenagers in the audience. They have
Right.
never had a relationship before. They might just have parents like Amber. I mean, of course, not at that age, but
Mhm.
that are like Amber. And I would like to not let it become a normal thing that
Right.
people treat their spouses like Amber does, and just like brush it off. Like, I'm not that kind of person. Yes, you are, because you said what you said. You did what you did. Up to this day, you still haven't owned up to anything, and you still behave the same way. And that is not gonna fly. And if there are not people out there calling her out, then how are people in the audience, uh, how what are they called? Impressionable members of the audience. How are they supposed to understand that what Amber does is completely sick? That is
Mhm.
evil, pure evil.
I'm going to take a real quick break. I'll be right back.
That's what they all said. Look at me now. I'm not sure about Feline, but all the other exes, I realized I could be friends. I happily date them. They're all my type. Yeah, I don't know about Wipey though, because we don't know much about her. Becky was losing the will to live at the end. She was. It was like the light was leaving her eyes. It was so sad. Amber threatened to sue her, but she's not able to sue if something is true. No. And also, somebody in my comment section on the other channel gave me all kinds of, I don't want to say legal advice, but legal information that I forwarded to Becky via Instagram, that she has a solid case against Amber concerning different things, like Amber owing her salary. She said, "You're my employee now." She could sue her for wages,
Right.
and
Yeah.
yeah, and I sent it to Becky, but Becky never got back to me. But I assume a lot of people reached out to Becky because she's very obviously not the villain here.
Mm. Yes, I have the Star Trek Communicator, the original series. I'm a big Trek fan. I love Star Trek. Uh,
You know what I do sometimes? They have a video, it's hours long, of Star Trek: The Next Generation, just the sounds of the bridge, and I listen to that while I clean up and stuff.
I like that too. And they have the different sounds of the ships, like
Yeah.
the white noise from the ship. Yeah, I like that too. I'm a big Trek fan. I like all of it, all the new stuff, all the old stuff. Some of it's real cheesy, but I'm a big fan. I like it. I wish Captain Picard had been my dad.
Yeah.
I love Patrick Stewart.
Did you cry when he was taken by the Borg?
Well, I was just like steady thinking, okay, he's gonna get out of this. He'll get out of this.
I
We
didn't.
can't have Next Generation without Captain Picard. So they're gonna find him a way out of this. Please, please find him a way out of this.
I didn't. I was so caught up. It was the same like when out of the blue House MD, Gregory House, when
Mhm.
he jumped off that balcony from the hotel, I cried like a little girl. I thought that was it, because
Mm,
I wasn't retro watching it. I was watching it as it was happening. And I thought,
right.
oh my God, they're gonna end it. The actor left the series or whatever, so they're finally gonna allow him to kill himself. And And that with the Borg, I couldn't. And then number one, when who was it? Whoopi Goldberg. I can't remember her name in the series, but she said to
Guinan,
not, huh?
Guinan, Whoopi
Guinan.
Goldberg. Yeah, Guinan.
When she said to number one, you can't think like Picard. Picard has taken his knowledge with him, and it's over there on that ship. Something along
Right.
the lines, right?
Yeah.
And so he had to outmaneuver Captain Picard, and that just hurt me so.
Yeah. Yeah.
It
Oh,
got
I
to
love
me
that
so
show.
bad.
And all the movies too. I'm a fangirl for the Trekkie.
Yeah,
I've never been to a convention or anything like that, but I would totally go to one.
yeah,
Most, I think if Star Trek's one of those things that most people can appreciate it and like it, but like some people go crazy and are super fans, but it's hard to find anybody that really is like, oh, I hate Star Trek.
yeah.
Uh,
No,
it's a good one.
thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Me too. This has been a long time coming. This is a great Christmas present. I am thrilled.
But what you guys don't know, and I didn't check the clock. I don't know when we started the live stream, but Tennielle and I were just talking and talking and talking, and then we said, okay, now maybe we should go live or whatever. But we had such a long conversation prior to this live
We
stream
did.
already.
Like an hour. We just chatted for
Probably,
so long. Very
yeah.
nice. It's very nice.
And I did this on purpose. I didn't do this live stream. I know a lot of people still haven't figured out what I look like on my other channel. I don't see why. I didn't see why. Because I even have, videos of me showing myself on the other channel. But I didn't want to do it on the other channel so that the main topic is not Amber. I mean, we can talk about her, but so
Yeah.
that we can talk about other things and people are not like, what is this? Why is nobody talking about Amber?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is how we found each other. I mean, I was online looking for inspiration for dieting. I was wanting to lose some weight. I was checking out different ways to do that, low carb, intermittent fasting. I was watching some videos and trying to choose something that might work for me or, just looking around. And I kept seeing Amber and different reaction channels to Amber. And I saw you and I was like, look, she looks like she's got good sense. I'm fixing to watch her and find out what this Amber chick is about. And I started watching your videos. And in fact, after I watched one or two, I went to your channel and you had on your playlist every video that you'd ever made in order that you made them. And I began watching them back to back. I was watching all your videos and I was like, oh, I love this lady. She's fantastic. Then you
I
would do
wish more
some
reaction channels would do that so that you can binge watch them, but they don't have
yeah,
it. And the ones that do have it sometimes have it turned around to where the newest ones are at the top.
right,
That
right.
makes no sense.
And I was you did a live stream and you invited Belinda on there and Goose came on there
Chet
and
Austin.
yes, it was just, yeah, Jet came on there. I think Alex came on there. And it was like, oh, all my favorites are right here. And I just, it was so wonderful just interacting with you guys. And then certain ones of us made really close friends and have kept in touch all this time. And that's one thing that the Amberverse has done is brought us all together. And I think maybe many people feel that way, because I often am like, why are these intelligent, well-grounded women giving two shits about this woman? Why do we talk about her? Why are we, watching her videos and feeling so strongly that we
Yeah.
must have our say, either in the comments or as a reaction channel? So many people just discover her and are like, oh, hell no, I've got to say something about this.
Yeah.
And I just think that a lot of it was we're similar people, we're honest, forthright people, and it's almost like, this will not stand. I'm not just going to let this pass me by on the internet without saying, no, this ain't how you do, this is wrong. And in my
Yeah.
opinion, this is not how you're supposed to do. And why is she making so much damn money being such a horrible person? It blows my
Yeah.
mind.
Yeah.
But for a while, the interest was like, I'm meeting these great women that I'm friends with. And the
Yeah.
thing we have in common is this awful woman that we all feel so strongly and negatively about. It's
Mm,
curious the way it happened, but I
yeah.
think that some people just can't let that go. Like they just
Yeah.
can't let it pass.
Yeah. But I'm glad what developed from that, and I hope we can intensify that, and that is the community we built, like that network of friends. And when one of us was going through something, the other ones helped,
Mhm.
and that our channels, like some of us are not just me, but you, Tennielle, too. You post videos, and there are so many that have like different kinds of channels, like cooking channels or crocheting channels or whatever, or channels that talk about weight loss surgery and their experiences with that. And that community is just amazing. And it's
It
not
is.
what is going on Amber's channel in the comment section, that she's being ripped a new one after every vlog that she posts, or that people are just being flat out nasty to her. It's about the opposite of Amber's personality, us, combining what
Mhm.
makes us. And I love that so much. So many great people were, in the comment section. Then we met in your comment section, and it's
Yeah.
just amazing. It's not
And
negative anymore at all.
right, right. And it's like when you see something awful and it makes you grateful that the whole everything's not awful. You
Yeah.
see this example of something bad and you're like, thank goodness, I'm so grateful that, this bad thing doesn't affect me or my loved ones, and feel so bad for the people who it does affect and stuff. Empathy. It's just empathy for other people. And it's like
Mm,
Amber induces negative empathy. Like
hmm.
you can't feel for her, you can't empathize with her because she's just so unreal.
Mm,
There's no real emotion there. It's just her greed, and she's just trying
yeah.
to manipulate and stuff. Yeah.
Oh my God, we're so behind.
Oh,
Deborah,
Mercy
hi
there.
Sabine and guests. Hi Deborah, I'm glad you could make it. Happy holidays. I haven't seen Chet in a while. She's posting every once in a while, but she's been going through health challenges
Mm.
from what I've seen on her channel. So good comes out of bad, which is great. Yes, exactly. Moonspider says if Amber ever loses her YouTube channel, she should get a job making pretzels. She's good at twisting things. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, and
Definitely, that's the truth. That's the
y-
truth.
you're right. I mean, the mental gymnastics she goes through just to justify by now that she keeps turning in circles is just amazing to me.
Yeah.
And now she's even adding. It's not even like it's. I want to say it's almost not boring anymore. Now she's added drinking and gambling. I don't
It's like
know.
she's turning into how like Chantel was before, just like a train wreck, just let's watch this disaster in progress kind of thing. But
Yeah,
still, even with the drinking and all everything that she's up to, gambling and everything, she is boring as hell. She's a boring ass life. I mean, it's
yeah,
just so boring. And she even has 3 pets. And people love seeing animals on YouTube. And she could showcase her pets. This is grooming day. We're going to the vet. This is, just showcase something about her pets, show them or whatever. She doesn't even do that. She just wants to eat on camera. She just wants to sit there
yeah,
and eat and get paid
yeah.
for it.
And I
And her
can't I
getting,
can't relate anymore. There are
mm-mm.
so many nights she went to bed and then woke up the next morning and had the opportunity to start over and say, I can't continue living my life like this. I'm lying to people and I'm making them believe that I'm changing my life for the better, and then she never does. And still hopes or assumes that people will continue to watch her and give her income. It
Odessa, I'm so glad you joined us. I hope you have a very Merry Christmas.
Yes, girl.
I
See a
hope
fella
everybody
at
has a great, and your fella has a great, it'll be great because you're going to see him. You'll make it great. Oh, we've been on here for an hour. I can't believe it. And time flies when you're having fun. I
Yeah.
enjoy talking with you, Sabina. We've been having such a good time.
Yeah. I'm glad we finally got to do this because for years now, literally years, every time you posted a video, even if it was addressed to me and Kelly or whatever, I was like, "Oh, there she is."
Me too. And especially on this channel, I'll see you talking about yourself and your life and things. And I'm like, oh, Sabina, there you are. And when I see you on your other channel, I'm like, yeah, baby, get her. Don't cut her no slack. Get her.
Yeah.
I
Well,
think we
I'm
all,
not doing it for that though, even though sometimes it helps to focus my anger of the day
mhm.
on her because she always gives the reason. I mean, it's not like she never gives the reason. Even
But
when
you're
she
always
cries
so
and stuff.
so eloquent, and you are able to clearly state what we're all thinking. Like
No,
sometimes
you
I don't
are.
have the words.
You are. And I cannot believe that you do not have a reaction channel because you are my goddess of eloquence. I mean, you have used words before where I had to not open up the dictionary, but look them up and go, what?
Well, my goodness, Sabina. I mean, like you speak German, so your English is as good, if not better than mine. It's amazing.
Nope.
I wish I was a polyglot and could speak every language. Oh, I'm
I
gonna
wished
try
I
and
had
brush
your
up on my
vocabulary.
German. Say Merry Christmas in German for me, please.
Either fröhliche Weihnachten, like a joyful Christmas, or frohes Fest. Frohes
Floresfest.
Fest.
That's Winterfest.
No, froh
Floresfest.
more being joyful, merry.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah.
The
I've been
the
trying to pick up a little German.
the cats are
Hmm.
quiet there today. Miss Norma
Yeah.
Jean made an appearance earlier, and so did Vince.
Yeah, they're not around right now. I could probably fix that with some treats. Let me see if I can get some people to show themselves here. Um, we've got a toy.
Oh, Kate, you're telling her too she should have a reaction channel. I wish she did. I would close mine down. I would just watch hers.
We got some treats. Hey guys.
There he
Oh,
is. Miss
come
Norma
here.
Jean.
Show everybody. This is the greedy one right here.
Marina Howard.
There's the big guy. There you go.
Naibu. Yes,
Yeah.
she is, and she has such a pleasant
So
voice and
Norma Jean and
personality.
Vince, Naboo, Marina, and Howard. All my
The
big babies.
man.
It's ridiculous to have this many cats.
No, it's not. It's fine.
So
Look at the
there's
queen of serenity and fluff.
let's see, there's Norma Jean, and then that's Howard, and that's Marina and Naboo, and back in the back, that handsome one there is Vince. They keep me busy, that's for sure.
See, Zenith has 4 cats too.
Once you're set up for one, you kind of just can't turn them down. All of my cats are rescue cats, and we just discovered them in different places and collected them, except for the biggest one here, Naboo. He came up to the door in the middle of a storm in the middle of the night, and he
Mhm.
was all wet and scratched up in a tiny, tiny baby, and he was crying and he was throwing himself against the glass door. And so we had to take him. What else are you going to do?
Yeah.
But yeah, they're my
But
babies.
you know what? I gotta admit something. Now that I see all of them, Howard, I cannot tell Howard and Naboo apart anymore. when they're not
Naboo
both
is
in.
he's much bigger.
Yeah, but see,
He's
when you see them both, it's fine. Then I can tell. Or
yeah,
Marina now being in the picture too, right? But
yeah.
if it's just one of them, I have problems detecting if it's Howard or Naboo.
Howard has almost no stripes and a white tip on his tail.
Yeah, the
So
tip, that's correct.
he's a solid ginger color and has a white tip on his tail.
Yeah,
And
you're
Norma
right.
Jean there walking off. She is
Yeah.
my oldest cat. She turned 21 this year, which is let's see, Norma Jean is 21. And then the next one would be um Howard, which is this guy right here. And I think he's about 7. Marina would be 6 uh, or 5. Marina's 5. And then the boys, Vince and Naboo, the black and white one, and this guy right here. He's the youngest, and him and Vince are about 3 years old.
They're 3 already. I can't
Mm,
believe
yeah,
that.
I'll count their ages at Christmas, and they're 3 this
Wow.
year. Yeah.
Wow.
And Norma Jean is the oldest.
Oh,
Um,
right.
Yeah, she's 21. She still plays. She doesn't have any major health issues, and she's in good shape.
She's my inspiration to always stay zen and
She's a
mellow.
mellow mama. That's right. She is a mellow mama, and she keeps an eye on all these other ones and keeps them in check. I always tell her when we're getting ready to leave. I say, "You're in charge, Norma Jean.
Good.
You keep them under control."
Yeah.
They really get along pretty good.
I love when you take them out into the yard and they
Oh,
get
they
to
all love
explore.
that.
So have you
Luckily,
had
we live in
snow
a place
yet?
that no, no snow. It's not even gotten cold. We've only had one frost. So
Mm,
it's a warm winter, so no snow so far. We may get some if we get any. It's usually in January.
okay.
So we may still get a little. It's not out of the question. But it
Yeah.
seems like a very mild winter, which is not good because the bugs next year will be horrendous.
Yeah.
But maybe
Yeah, I
we'll have a
talked to
bumper
our
crop of things.
yeah. I talked to our guy. Now I don't know what the word for that is. The
The
companies that come
exterminator.
over. Exactly. You can read my mind. So the exterminator at work comes by every 4 weeks. They check the outside, inside, outside, inside.
Mhm.
And the last time he was by, he said, "Oh, we're gonna have a mild winter," and I said, "That's gonna suck, insect wise, isn't it?" And he said, "Yeah, you need a good solid 2 weeks of frost
Mhm.
for most of them to die, or a lot of them to die."
Yeah. So we'll have terrible mosquitoes and ants next year because we have fire ants, those invasive, terrible ants. Sometimes they call them cow killers, cow ants, because if a
Yeah,
calf gets in some, that it will kill them.
yeah,
And so they're actually some kind of flightless wasp of some sort.
yeah.
They're really big and armored. Like if you step on one, it smashes into the ground. It doesn't crush the bug. Velvet
Okay,
wasps. That's what they're called. Velvet wasps.
okay,
And he said the females have wings, but the males don't. So yeah,
right.
they're awful.
Hi, Swedish mom. Glad you could make it, even though we didn't announce it.
Hi, Stevie's mom. Yes, glad you're here. Kate says she's
Hey,
had a frozen winter.
yeah. You know what I didn't know existed, or I had heard about them, but not until I got to the States, the termites.
Oh, really?
I had
Yeah, it's
no
an
idea.
issue because all of our houses are wood. We have
Yeah.
very few brick houses or stone houses,
But I
and
didn't
there's
know they could do damage the way they do. I saw houses that were almost falling apart, along the
Mhm,
side of the road. And then my ex-husband would tell me, "Yeah, this is where blah, so and so used to live." And then the termites got a hold of it, and I was like, "Damn,
mhm.
I had
And it's
no
a
idea."
expensive, extended process to actually get rid of them. And they
Yeah.
come from the ground, like underneath the house. Like if you're on a pier and beam house that's not on a slab, they will come from the earth and build these little tubules up to the wood supports, and then they infest the house. So you have to,
Wow.
like, from the ground up, get rid of them. They're a menace.
Yeah. Yeah, they so bad. And then what I also didn't know existed were the carpenter bees. They're solid black.
Oh, yeah. They dig holes. They'll drill holes right in the wood. Sure will.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're really big. Oh, he told, okay. My husband, he's kind of an insect person. He said that on the velvet wasps, the females are wingless and the
Okay.
males have wings.
Yeah, they're
And they're
pretty
called,
big, those
yeah, they're good
yeah.
size. They're, half inch, and they are armored. They're very
Yeah.
hard to smash.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've got our guide to venomous and poisonous plants and animals
Mm.
because they are everywhere. And I love mushrooms, but I would never
Yeah.
pick any because I don't trust myself to pick a healthy one and eat it.
Me either.
Most mushrooms have like a similar, like, deadly twin. There's one that looks really similar to it, but it is not that. So I would never
Mm.
do that.
Me either. But Kate, me either. But speaking of which, do you have stink bugs in Arkansas?
Oh yeah,
You
big
do?
ones. Hmm.
Guess which country they do not exist in?
Germany.
I had no idea because I didn't live out in the country in Germany, and then I moved to the country in the States, and then that infestation started. The stink bugs, like millions of them. Once I came home from work, and they covered the entire cottage. And my
Mm.
daughter called me on the highway, and she said, "Tell me when you're coming up the driveway, like rev up the engine because I'm gonna open the door and just slam it shut so that you can get in." Because I
Hmm.
would have had to touch them, and they were
Hmm.
just everywhere in Virginia, Pennsylvania. From what I understand, most of the East Coast. And then I came back over and I started working for that company, and that exterminator came and I said, "Okay, do we have stink bugs in Germany? I've got to know. Because over there I lived in the country, they were everywhere. Do we have them here?" And he goes, "No, no.
That's
They
good. They do
just don't
stink.
exist." That's so
The
strange.
little stuff they spray, it not only stinks, it will burn your skin. Like, it will make a red whelp on your skin. They're
Yeah.
toxic and awful little bugs, and they smell horrible. They're ugly
Yeah, and they
too.
got caught in my hair. And look at my hair, how
Oh,
it's always fluffy, and I was riding in the car and one got stuck and I couldn't get it out. And then the entire car smelled like that chemical, chemical smell.
did
Almost
you
like
ever
chemical.
ex- did you ever experience like a locust or cicada emergence? Because they, every few years, that there will be massive amount of, some people call them cicadas, some people call them locusts.
Yeah.
But yeah, we get those on a,
They're
there's
so
a four,
loud.
they are, they are. There's like a 4-year one and then like an 11-year one. I'm not sure, but every once in a while they'll coincide and both breeds will emerge at the same time. And oh my gosh, they're everywhere,
Mm,
and they are so loud.
mm. Right. You know what I did once because I totally lost it because they were everywhere. They were already selling, like they said, use the shop vac or whatever, but I didn't have one. And I said to my daughter, "You can sit in the car, you can go out there, go for a walk, but I'm gonna go tabula rasa on these mothers." I was so tired of them everywhere. They also came in, right?
Hmm.
And so I got myself a pair of gloves and a bucket with soapy water, and I picked them off one by one and I put them in that bucket. That bucket was full in no time. Then I dumped it. Then I got another one and I didn't stop until they were all gone. The next day I came home from work, everything covered again. It was a
Mm,
nightmare. These things are a
that's,
nightmare.
and they do stink. That's the worst. Like, not only are they
Yeah.
gross bugs all over the place, they reek.
Yeah.
So have you smelled a skunk? Did you smell a skunk while you lived over here?
Okay, I gotta tell you about that because it's so funny, and even my sister makes fun of me because of it. Okay, so imagine me coming to the States in 2007 with my second husband and my daughter. And my first husband is the one we live with. So we all live together. Okay, so the first time we go to a town in a pickup truck, it is actually my daughter wasn't with us, but it was my first husband driving, my second husband sitting next to me and me in the middle. I mean, that alone was surreal. And it was the first time that the three of us were going anywhere. So we were going to a town, it was in the evening, and all of a sudden yours truly goes, I smell coffee. And my first husband says, "Are you dumb?" And my second husband, who's from Indiana, right? So the first one is from Virginia, the other one from Indiana. And the one from Indiana goes, "Yeah, that wasn't your brightest statement so far, right?" And I said, "No, it smells like, wait a minute. Ew, what is that?" That was the first time I smelled a skunk. At first, it smelled like coffee to me. I still maintain that it smelled like coffee.
It is such a unique and strong aroma that if you'd never smelled it, I'm sure it would be hard to place. Like your brain's like, what is this? What is this? What is this? But yeah, that's real stinky. Skunks are stinky, and it's hard to describe what a skunk smells like. And they're if there's a roadkill one or something, or if one comes through the yard, or if you scare one, oh, it stinks terribly. And if a pet gets sprayed or a person gets sprayed, it lasts forever. There's all
Yeah.
these old wives' tales on how to get rid of the smell of a skunk, like take a bath in tomato juice,
Yeah.
all these different things. But yeah, it's a horrible smell.
I never got sprayed, but you know what happened? I had 2 encounters with, except for, the dead, the roadkill,
Mm.
the skunks. But, when we were living with my first husband after I came back from New Mexico to near you know the story, right? And, so we had chickens. And the
Mm.
chickens would go off in the middle of the night all of a sudden, and so did the dog that was next to them to guard them from the bears coming down from the national park. And so I went out there with my flashlight because they want to sleep in the dark, both of them. I mean, the dog and the chickens, right? And so I went out there with my flashlight, and there was a skunk in the chicken coop, and the chickens were going nuts. I mean, even the silkies, everybody was just going nuts. And the dog would stand in the corner just growling, but not coming close to that side of the fence where the chickens were. And so I went inside and I shook my ex-husband. I said, "Get the fuck up, there's a skunk out there." And the skunk, and this traumatized me to some degree, that skunk was not scared of me. I was like, you get, you. And I was using bad language, you get. And that thing came walking towards me. And the strangest thing about it was it had the, the colors inverted.
Ah, it
I
was
had,
white with a black stripe. Yeah.
that was so strange. And so my ex-husband was drunk, of course, but he got the pellet gun out and then he fell twice before he even made it to the chicken coop. And then he only, I think he got it. He nipped it a little to where it was scared or something, and it took off. But I was so disappointed. Number one, that the skunk was not scared of me at all. At all. It was not impressed. It came towards me, but
Mm.
not putting up the tail, or I would have run. I would have
Mm.
hightailed it out of there if I had seen that. But it was walking towards me casually. I thought maybe it was deaf and blind, and I don't know. I don't know, and that the dog was standing in the corner with the tail tucked between his legs. He did not go for that skunk.
Yeah.
It
Skunks
was
don't have
probably
to be scared. They don't have to be scared of anything because of that toxic, scent that they have. Everything's scared of them. They don't learn
yeah.
to be scared of things.
But
Yeah.
it was so, I felt so attacked. Like, here I am, the city person standing in front of you, telling you to get, and you don't even move. You move towards me. That's
Right.
unbelievable.
One time I
And
was
he,
living in a trailer house and there was a skunk that kept going under the trailer. And so it was not a real strong skunk smell, but we could smell it around the house. And so a friend of my ex-husband decided he was going to shoot the skunk and get rid of it. But the dumb son of a bitch shot it as it was running under the house. So of course it sprayed and then it died and then it stank under
Oh
the house. So we had to get
no.
under there and get a dead skunk out of there, which was the worst you can imagine smell in a enclosed space like that. And oh, it was god awful. They smell
Mm,
so bad.
yeah. One chased me once. I couldn't believe that. It was we were coming home from shopping. It must have been a weekend, and it was the brightest daylight. And I saw a family. It must have been at least a female, like maybe the mother with the babies, right? And it was on the side of the road, and the road went up like this to where I couldn't go left or right, and it was only one lane, and it was the only way to get to our property. And so I was like, I said to my daughter, I'm gonna just go around it like in slow mo. And she said, "Yeah, you do that. Don't let any of them touch the car, right?" Because she had, heard
Mhm.
stories about them. And so I passed it by until I saw it in my review mirror, right? And that mom came running towards the car. It
Wow.
chased after me. It probably figured when I was going by that thing could harm me, and so she didn't do anything. But as soon as I had gone by and saw her in my review mirror, I saw her chasing me, and I floored that Chevy. I floored it.
See, that's why they're not scared of anything because everything's scared of them, including us.
Yeah,
Like you don't even want to shoot one too close to your property. It'll stink for weeks.
yeah.
It's terrible
Like on the highway, you can't even see them yet, and you can smell them when
for
they've been
miles.
killed.
Yes, it's forever.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think I have. Come here, big guy. Here's a Merry Christmas from my big guy.
There he is.
Hey, baby. Hey, baby. This is Naboo. He's the youngest and the biggest, and he's a little bit over 21 pounds. As far as we
Unbelievable.
know, he's just a regular domestic cat, but we found he came out of the woods, so we don't know genetically if he's got a little Maine Coon in there or possibly a little bobcat or something, but he is a giant. He's a giant for a regular cat.
He's looking at us.
He
Look.
is. Say hi to Sabina. Yeah. And I think Miss Norma Jean is, let's see. I don't think we can see her. I'll not pick her up though. She doesn't enjoy being
No.
picked up, so I'll not pick her up.
Yeah.
I think
What did you
Marina's
say? Stink
playing.
bugs protecting the rest they feed on and help control. Yeah, that's what our exterminator said is what the thought was behind the stink bugs. But it just got out of control. And now they're gonna have to find a species that goes for them. But nobody wants to eat them. No species because they
Right. They don't have any
taste.
natural predators.
You're not no, I'm not apparently not.
Definitely not.
I was using cuss words. I thought that's gonna make the skunk realize who's the boss, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Sneaky skunk. Yeah.
She was hauling butt behind me. She left the babies there on the side of the road to chase me.
Let's see who's over here.
Oh,
There's
look,
Marina.
Kate said hi, Naboo.
Marina is she's playing a little bit. She's the smallest. She's a small cat. I think she's right at or maybe just under 10 pounds. And Norma's lost some weight in the past 3 years. She's not quite as robust as she was before, but she's still around 10 pounds.
Yeah.
And Marina, she's a loner. She doesn't like to be bothered by the other cats. Of course, she loves Norma Jean. Everybody loves Norma Jean, but she's not a social cat. She likes to be by herself, and she's our best hunter. She's always killing stuff outside, bringing it to us. If there's a mouse in the house, she's going to be the one to catch it. She's a
Look
sweet
at
girl in her own
that.
way, just kind of neurotic.
Is she still getting the medication?
It doesn't really work. It just kind of makes her nap longer, and I don't want her
Oh,
napping her life away, so we just put up with her little weird ways. But
I found it endearing how she was being, giving her moody self a way to express herself.
yeah, she does. She has her own ways, and she's often by herself. She doesn't need anybody to play with or to entertain her or anything. She's happy on her own. Meowsy, my
Yeah.
first cat was like that. She was a loner. She didn't like group play, and she liked to be by herself. Some of us just like being alone, I guess.
Yeah.
She's actually Naboo's sitting under my chair and she's staring at him. That's
Oh,
what she's
okay.
looking at, not the toy. She's looking past the toy down here at Big Brother. She hates being picked up too. Every time you pick her up, she is like a coiled spring, and she thinks you're going to throw in her a bucket of water or something. I don't know. She hates being picked up.
But when she jumped on you when you read the books to us, it was that,
If
you
she
know.
chooses it, then it's fine. But if you just go scoop her up, she hates it. She's very she knows her mind. She knows what she wants.
Swedish mom, me too. I was just thinking the same. I can almost see her black eyes before the attack.
Come here, Marina. Come here, Boomer. Come here, baby. Come here. You want to say hi? Come here, sweetheart. Yeah, come here, baby. Yeah, let's say hi. There she is. Say
Hey,
hi, Marina.
girl.
Can you see Sabina? She's like, let
Hey.
me
Oh,
down. Let me
yeah.
down.
I'm gonna harm you.
She doesn't. She doesn't want to play. She doesn't want to be held. No, it's okay. It's okay. I try not to do anything they dislike. Some of them
Yeah.
love to be held, and some of them do not want to at all.
Yeah. Yeah, my first cat, Mousy, the one that I brought over from Germany, she didn't like to be held.
Yeah. Nothing's ever happened to Marina. She's never been dropped or, you know, mistreated in any way. I don't know why she acts like that when she gets picked up, but she hates it. She doesn't want to be lifted.
Yeah.
But if she jumps on you, that's fine, and she'll be a lap cat, jump on you and sit on you, but she doesn't want to be collected like that.
Yeah. Cats come if they want to cuddle. Yeah.
Sometimes I wake up under a cat pile. They sneak up on the bed in the night. We'll have four of them. Just me and my husband are trying to like find a way to stick our legs in between all the cats down.
That's
Oh,
something I don't miss though, going to work and, after having taken a shower, picking these tiny cat hairs out of
oh man,
no.
my life is a lint roller. Always, I am incessantly lint rolling, and that dark brown couch cover, all my furniture is covered, so I can snap off the covers and wash them whenever. But that dark brown shows every hair,
I
and
bet.
I am incessantly lint rolling and vacuuming to keep the hair just at a tolerable level. And then I groom the cats a lot. I actually bathe them pretty regularly for cats. Although since we got the oral flea medication, which was a wonder and a lifesaver, if you have cats and you have an issue with fleas, certainly look into getting them an oral flea medication. It was a game changer. It changed my life. I was
Yeah.
having to wash these cats every week at least, and they still were getting fleas because I let them go outside. And so we treated the yard, we treated the cats, we had drops, we had flea shampoo, and it was a constant battle. And since they started taking their flea medication, there are no fleas. There are no
Mhm.
evidence of fleas, and they rarely have to take it once or twice a year. They just
Mm.
broke the cycle and the fleas are gone, and it's so nice. But I still do wash them. There's Vince right there. Who's this? I think that's Naboo. Yeah. I still do give them a bath pretty regularly, or if they get into something, and they're
Mhm.
dirty. Howard rolls in the dirt a lot.
I
Uh,
love to watch that when he does. He must be so fluffy
he
afterwards.
is. He's very silky smooth after his little dirt bath. But after a while, he gets to smelling like dirt. So I'll give him a bath when he's dirty. And Norma Jean has issues maintaining her fur. Her fur doesn't really seem to stop growing. I have to cut it, like her entire body. I have to give her a haircut. And especially, in areas that she wants to groom herself, all around her face and neck and around her tushy, for bathroom reasons. And so I always have to wash her and cut off any kind of little hairballs and brush her real thoroughly and then just like cut all of her hair 2 or 3 inches just to get her like more manageable because she absolutely can't manage all that hair. And so she gets a bath. It depends on how she's feeling. If she really doesn't feel like it, I won't do it. But she gets an extra deep bath with extra warm water. And I put a towel down so her little paws have something to grip on inside the water.
Yeah.
I try to be extra careful with her. After we're in the warm water for a few minutes, she relaxes and begins to enjoy her bath.
Yeah.
But people ask me, how do you give a cat a bath? How come they don't freak out? Well, it's because they have had no choice since they were tiny kittens. It's just something that happens. And when I'm bathing them and they're reacting like, I don't want to do this, I just apologize to them. I'm like, oh, I know it's awful, isn't it? I'm so sorry we have to do this. There's no choice. We must do it. And they've accepted it. Um, Naboo's a bit big. If he decided to balk on me, I don't know if I could keep a hold of him. But since he's had one at least, every few weeks since he was here, since he was tiny, he just accepts it. He just sits
Mm.
there and waits for it to be over. And they know it's a lot more trouble and the bath goes a lot quicker if they just sit and wait.
Mm.
So, and they like
But
water.
but you
Naboo
don't you
is
don't give them
healthy.
that many baths in the winter time though, right?
Not really. I'll give them one right before it gets real cold, and
Yeah.
then in the spring when it starts running up. When there's some nice bright sunshine coming into the house, I will definitely use that as a drying day because they like to get in those big blocks of sunshine that's on the carpet and when they're wet to groom themselves dry. But
Mhm.
yeah, it's a lot of work. There goes Norma. It's a lot of work to keep them clean and to keep the house clean. It's
I
it's
bet.
a lot. Come here, BB. Come here, BB. Come here. Come here, baby.
What kind of dog do you have, Swedish mom? Wait, you told me that before. Wasn't it like a bigger, the bigger kind? I can't remember. Normachino.
She's
There you
allowing it.
are.
Yeah, she said, I will allow y'all to adore me should you want to. Such a
Yes.
queen. Yeah.
So
Oh,
mellow.
yeah.
I
She's a
knew
good.
it. A big one. Alaskan Malamute. They're beautiful. They have one
Those are
on my
beautiful.
blog here. They're beautiful. So gracious. Graceful? Gracious? Yeah.
And of course,
Well, we can
I,
see it, in Amber, where you can see every hair. She's just covered and doesn't care.
I like dark colors because they're slimming, and flattering, but I can't hardly wear them without like a constant lint rolling going on.
No, but see, the fur you got living in your space is from all the way from white to black. That's why no
Yes,
matter what you wear, you're gonna see the
it's
pet
true.
hairs on it.
I got my son and his wife air filtration system for their home for Christmas,
Yeah.
and we liked them enough. We're going to get some for us. Hey, what's going on here?
Hi, Miss Hussey's Gucci scarf.
Miss Gussie's Gucci scarf. I love it. That's great. Hmm.
Yeah, I always enjoy the videos with your cats.
Yeah,
They
they're amazing.
all have something to them, One is mellow, the other one is more
They're each
moody.
different.
Yeah.
Now, right now, Marina is aggravated because she's in close proximity to Naboo. Sometimes he'll just walk by and look at her and she's mad. She'll just
Okay, see,
growl
and
and
now that I don't see Marina's the end of the tail, I couldn't tell if that was Howard or Marina.
yeah, it's more. See, she's growling. You can tell by her body
Yeah.
posture. She's
Mm.
angry. She's growling. Marina, stop being that way, baby. She is like the original victim. Like whatever's going on, oh, she's so put upon. She's
I
so
love it.
annoyed.
I love it.
And
Snow
and this
does.
big goofball right here wouldn't hurt a flea. He is the sweetest. He is the most gentle-hearted, kindest big baby you ever seen. And when she growls at him, it's be like, I don't know, growling at Santa Claus. He's so sweet. There's no reason to growl.
But for her, there's a reason, so that is
Yes, he's
valid.
invaded her space without permission. Rah!
Exactly. Both kind
Get
and
out of my
sweet snow
personal
dogs
space.
have a self-cleaning code. Yeah, that comes in
Well,
handy.
that's nice. That's nice. Oh, I
She's
bet you have to brush a lot though, Swedish mom. I bet you have to have like one of those needle brushes and get that undercoat and everything. I think they're real, aren't they real furry like that? I certainly have to do Norma Jean that way. Oh, she's stroppy. Yes, Marina is my stroppy cat. Stroppy is the word for Marina. Always in a mood.
yeah, we both did, Deborah.
Yeah.
It was very emotional, even though I had to keep reminding myself that Casey endured this, like the actual abuse
Mm,
12 over 12 years ago. But when she started talking about, not she, when he started talking about how it is still impacting him up to this day,
mhm,
and always, living with the fear of it coming out, like should he be proactive and mention it, or it coming out that he was ever associated with her, and then on top of that, the shame of being in an abusive relationship,
mhm.
and he was
And the
only
way
15
people are
years
like,
old.
why didn't you just leave? Why didn't you just, well, it's not always that simple,
No,
especially
because
when
that
he,
was his normal. He saw that as normal.
right. And he was very young and it was his home and his mom that she had invaded like that.
Yeah,
And it was like either deal with it or put her on the street. And he
yeah,
seemed, too kind to just be like, get out. A lot of people will say, why didn't you leave the abuser? And it's not always that simple. And a lot of times before, like in Becky's case, you realize what's going on, you're financially trapped and
yeah,
emotionally buried. And, it's not as easy to just go. But yeah, Casey's interview was, I wouldn't say it was eye opening because,
mm-mm,
like we said before, there's nothing really surprising. We know that she's awful.
yeah,
Um, but you could tell that he is still struggling to cope
yeah,
and still struggling for closure because, especially the way he said he still had one little sliver of hope left. And then Mr. Snowflake reminded him of the way Amber was with Becky when Becky's mother died and they were going to pick out the headstone. And Amber
yeah,
was in the car doing TikToks about
yeah,
sex or
yeah,
something really inappropriate. And
yeah,
when Casey remembered that, he was like, maybe I don't even have a sliver yet. So he's still battling with closure and trying to come to
yeah,
terms with that happened to him.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
I wish I
that's
had
gonna
that.
be another slap in the face that when Mr. Snowflake said this, that Casey has to like acknowledge that Amber is still doing the same thing. She didn't learn from that mistake back then. Like, oh, I try to keep him away from his mom or from another friend in that case. But she's not learning from her mistake. I'm gonna say it again. I'm not a healthcare professional, but I very strongly believe that Amber Reed is a full-blown sociopath. She has no
Yeah,
conscience and
yeah,
she has no ability to learn. She only emulates what she sees. And that might, I make fun of her frequently for looking at the viewfinder instead of into the camera like I do now. See, I don't look at myself. This is what that would look like if I looked at myself the entire time. And oh, is my
Mhm.
hair, the way I wanted her?
Mhm.
No, I look at you guys because I talk to you guys right now. And it's strange because it's just a black thing that I'm looking at, but I feel I owe the audience
Mhm.
that I make eye contact, because this is what I would do if I had a real conversation with you, like in real life.
Mhm.
And she doesn't do that. And I believe she looks into the viewfinder a lot to make sure that what she says matches, or her facial
Yep.
expression matches what she says, because I don't think she has emotions,
Right. Or not that we
or at
can
least not a whole
understand.
lot. Yeah.
Right. I think you're right with that kind of copy and paste behavior that she does when she sees something in someone. She wants to exhibit, she admires that trait in them, and she wants to exhibit it, but she doesn't really identify with it or manifest those feelings. She just, you know, parrots that behavior.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she seems
And
very
see,
insincere.
what it's easy for us to look in from the outside and say, hey, so why didn't she leave? Yeah, because she at the time was a she, was 15 at the time, and that
Hmm.
was like maybe one of her first real relationships. And so she figured, this is how it's done, this is how, so maybe other people don't talk about abuse because they're not being, or maybe she didn't even know the definition of abuse. And she figured, in order to have Amber around, she's going to have to put up with this.
Hmm.
What I
And
do
you
not
know,
get is that mother, and far be it from me
right.
to place any blame, but if that had been my daughter, if
Hmm.
Cassidy had been my daughter, and you sense the energies and how
Hmm.
people interact, and when my daughter had phases in her life where she had stuff going on in school with friends or whatever, and she had arguments with him, or and she'd come home and I'd sense the energy and I'd say, what's going on? You want to talk about it, right? Now, if somebody had lived with us, I for sure would have detected the energies of something not being harmonious and not being,
Hmm.
healthy. And I would have intervened, because at the age of 15 and having somebody, I can't even imagine how that all happened, that mother would say, okay, so my daughter is 15, she's a lesbian, and I'm going to have another lesbian that is 18 move in. I do not know how that happened.
Right, right.
I
And
would not have,
it's hard to
no.
remember what it's like to be 14, 15 years old when you're our age. Now, that's over 30 years ago, and it's hard to remember why a crush is called a crush and how important that first love seems to you. And if you've never broken it off and you do feel like you truly love somebody, hobby,
Hey,
it's hard to be like, we're going to break up, because you've never broken up with anybody and you think you're going to die without that person in your life and you're so attached to them. And
yeah,
even at that point, Amber was a manipulator. I mean, I'm sure she's improved her skills by now, but how hard is it to manipulate a 15-year-old that thinks they love you, like totally crushing on you, totally puppy love, would do anything for you? A lot of times that first crush does not deserve that emotion. It's just the individual going through the process of learning what attraction and love and compatibility is. And when you think you found it and you don't want it taken away, even a bad relationship
yeah,
seems like, I don't want to lose this. This is my life and stuff. And with hindsight and maturity, we can look back and be like, oh, you should have left that bitch years ago. But when you're right in that situation and you're basically so immature, you don't know how to handle, like you said, 15's to have a live in at 15, very difficult to deal with, if
yeah.
especially if you're not an emotionally mature person, that
Mm,
you can't hardly judge someone for what they did at that age. And regardless of how the situation started, by the time Casey woke up and realized he was in an abusive relationship and couldn't really get out of it, what do you do at that point?
mm,
How do you handle that? And you're so young, you don't have any coping skills.
mm,
And it seems like Amber looks for that. She looks
mm,
for partners that she can control, manipulate. either financially, emotionally, someone who's emotionally vulnerable, like Becky, or financially vulnerable, again, like Becky, then she can just put that thumb on her and have her do what she wants to do and be like, if you really loved me, you do what I'm asking you to do or not do what I'm asking you not to do. And you don't realize that someone who truly loves you won't ever put you in that position. They're
Yeah.
not going to manipulate you like that. And if you've never
But
been, it's
what I
hard.
don't get is how she did not, and I agree with everything you say. I just don't get where Amber thought she has the right to even speak up. She was
Right.
rejected. She was kept from going back to where she came from for apparent reasons. And then she was told she couldn't come back. And instead of being humble, she was being evil and
Mhm.
abusive. And I do not understand. Why was she not scared that she would get kicked out? She didn't have any means of supporting herself. She
And he
got
said
food stamps.
that the mom and the mom's boyfriend gave her like an ultimatum. It was like either you get a job or you go to college because you can't sit around here doing nothing all day. And you can
Yeah,
imagine that she was just
yeah,
sitting there doing
yeah,
nothing but being online and
yeah,
eating and complaining,
yeah.
not cleaning up, not cleaning herself, and that's another thing. It doesn't, her size has absolutely nothing to do with what an awful person she is. It's just a
Mm,
result that just has
mhm,
happened to her because of the way she lives her life. She thinks everybody hates her because she's fat. And that is
mm,
just not true. She would
mm-mm,
get the same kind of reaction no matter her size because it's her
mhm,
personality that people are like shocked and feel like they must comment and react to it. And it
mhm,
doesn't have anything to do with her size. That's just yet another like situation she's in that she's made for herself from her own decisions and
yeah,
lack of, responsibility. She will not take accountability for anything.
mm,
It's going to
yeah.
be pushed off on someone else.
Hey, check out how you're being called a young lady.
Oh, young lady. Thank you. I'm 47 this year. Is that young? Do I still get to be young?
20s tops. I would have never guessed your age. Never. Mm-mm.
Really? That's great. It's clean living. It's clean living, y'all. Uh, yeah, I saw this on a short or a TikTok or something. Somebody was saying, no, 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 no. It was the narc alert. She did a live stream and she was talking about how much she would rather be 60 than 20. And I totally agree with her. I would rather be my age now than to
Mhm.
be, at my prime, at 20 or 19 or whatever, because I like who I am so much more
Me
now than I
too.
did
Me
when I was a
too.
young person.
Hey,
And
but
it's
what you haven't experienced yet is what I'm experiencing, and that is it looks blonde. It is not. It is gray. I have gray hair, and in the daylight, it shines. It's all shiny. It's all, you know. And so when I want to talk to police officers because there's something going on, or there's whatever, an altercation, and I want to bring it to their attention, when I walk up to them and I go, ladies and gents, you can tell that there's a totally different look on their face when you look like this than when you're in your 20s and you're walking towards a police officer.
true,
Yeah.
true.
It comes with so many benefits.
It
Or the
does.
fact that you just state your opinion without having to think about who you're gonna offend now, because I'm from a generation where you could still state your opinion and not
I heard
everything
once
had to be politically correct.
I heard once that we all have a limited amount of give a damn, like giving a damn about stuff. There's a limited amount. And around 40, it runs out. And you give a damn gives out and you don't give a damn anymore. You just are who you are. And that's the way that it is. I definitely feel that way. And I have felt for many years now that the second half of life is going to be far superior to the
Yeah.
first half. I
Yeah.
would not take youth over experience for anything. I'm so contented and happy and stable and secure. And I just love my life now. And like 30 years ago, that was not the case. Everything was up in the air. I didn't know from week to week, and I was struggling financially, emotionally, going through so many changes, being a young mother, then being a young single mother. It was just, I wouldn't trade the experience, but I wouldn't go through it again if it was my choice, because it was very hard. And I like where I am now. Oh yeah,
Thank
you're
thank
right.
you.
I love it. It's always so fluffy and
Well,
lively.
I put like extra conditioner on, and that's why it looks like I haven't washed it in years, but that is not the case. It's conditioner.
Oh, we shower daily around here. We shower daily, girl.
Good. Don't get me started.
What? That's the biggest bunch of bullshit I've ever heard. And
But
you
you
can
know what?
tell
Sorry.
her hair looks gray from all the dry shampoo that's in it. And you know, when she irons it, can you imagine the smell when she irons that filthy, greasy, disgusting hair? It must, because it's just the only reason it's shiny is because it's full of oil and she's put all that dry shampoo and product in it. And then she just irons, oh,
I
disgusting.
love how when she eats something, and then she licks her fingers and then keeps playing with her hair.
Oh,
And so the
and then
grease got
twist. Oh, that drives me crazy. I just want to smack her hand. Stop
yeah,
touching the nasty hair.
yeah.
Ooh.
But that video, right, where she halfway, because she couldn't wrap it all the way around her, wrapped that towel or stuck it under her arms.
Hmm.
It did seem like she does fit in the shower, but she won't be
Hmm.
able to bend over or wash anything. I mean, what
Hmm.
what did she prove by that? Just simply that she fits into the shower, but
Hmm.
still not that she can take a shower.
Right, right. But to each their own, I guess. She's the one that has to live in that body. She's the one doing that.
But
I
lying
said,
about it, I mean, it's bad enough
yeah.
that she can take showers and that she smells like that and that she goes through bottles of perfume like there's no tomorrow and lies about taking showers. That is something I
Hmm.
never understand. She could just say, I'm a depressed person. I don't take showers on a daily basis, not just because I don't feel like it, but because I can't move around in the shower, guys. I got myself a handicapped, accessible apartment, and yet I cannot bend over to wash anything. And even
Hmm.
if I could, I wouldn't have the muscle power to do it. And so I'm
Hmm.
screwed. And this is what you see in my vlogs. But she's never authentic and never honest.
Hmm. And like on that show, the 600-pound life or whatever it's called, when they show those people doing their daily care, doing their hygiene care, they all have like a shower flower on a stick or like a back scrubber or something so
Mm,
that they can reach their whole body. And
mm,
Amber has never mentioned anything like that, is
mm-mm.
when she's trying to prove that she showers daily. She would take her props and be like, look, this is what I use and this is how I, do. But she doesn't do that because she doesn't do that. She doesn't own one of those. So obviously she's not reaching all the spots. I'm surprised she hasn't gotten a serious skin infection. Like,
According to Annie,
serious.
she has.
Mm.
She's had several.
Oh, and she
What
touches
did
everything like in
Casey's
Walmart. Swedish mom.
yeah. Yeah, that
Um,
alone, how she let's say something I don't wanna get gross in my videos too often, but, I've mentioned it here and there. Imagine her not taking showers. Now she has bacteria in her skin folds. It starts itching because the body is trying to pull her attention to, hey, maybe
mhm,
you should wash there. Maybe there's bacteria. So instead of washing it, she just scratches. Then she has it under her nails. It goes through the fabrics of her shirts, and then she has it under her nails and on her fingertips, and then she touches everything at Walmart.
mhm.
I
And
can't.
you never see her in all these life vlogs that she does showing what she's doing all the time. She never washes her hand. Not in her cooking videos, not in her beauty routine. She never
Mm-mm.
washes. I don't think I've ever seen of all the thousands of hours of video she has. I don't think I've ever seen her wash her hands.
No, me either.
And she probably doesn't.
Yeah, that
I mean,
part.
it's probably inconvenient for her, just the same reason she doesn't bathe. just inconvenient. Oh, and that bra, you know, her wearing that bra for years and years. My God.
And how she lied about it. I lined them up. I only do this because I think it's so idiotic how she tries to lie when she still has the videos up where she talked about a certain topic before. And
Hmm.
I can't remember how it happened, but at first she said she had 3 bras, then 6, then 3, something
Hmm.
like that. It's
Hmm.
I don't get it.
And
And
they're
how
all
does her
exactly
conscience never tell her to tell the truth? You know, she would sleep a lot better. She wouldn't have to be popping the melatonin pill so much.
right. And you know, it's like she says these things to save face. She doesn't want to be considered dirty or gross or unattractive in any way. So she tells these lies to, you know, keep her from having a certain image. And yet, her image that she has is far worse than if she was just like, yeah, I can't bathe as often as I would like, you know, and was honest about it. It's like, I'm depressed. I have mobility issues. I would like to take a shower every day, but it just doesn't happen. This is what I do instead. Stuff like that. You know, if she wants to share that about herself, she could be honest about it and get less backlash than just telling lies
Exactly.
about her situation.
Exactly. She'd have my support, see? If she was more authentic, if she owned
Hmm.
up to more things. And we've all made mistakes. It's not like we've all had perfect lives and we're pointing
Right.
fingers at her. All of us have made mistakes, but you own up to your mistakes and then you move on. You learn from them. You apologize to people that you've hurt. And none of it is happening in her life. None of it.
Right. And you know, a lot of people have issues with hygiene for any number of reasons, not just
Yeah.
mobility or
Yeah.
being, you know, super morbidly obese. It could be, you know, any number of things from depression to sensory issues
Yeah.
or whatever. You know, lots of people are like, I can't take a shower for one reason or another. This is how I cope. And, you know, they'll show, you know, I bathe in this way or I use these products or, you know, like, I saw a video of someone that had sensory issues about brushing their teeth. They
Right.
weren't able to brush teeth like we normally take that for granted. She wasn't able to do that, but she wanted to maintain her hygiene. So she had these little individual toothbrush that were individually wrapped. She bought them by the gross, and she had these little they were like little peel things instead of the gooey toothpaste. There was
Mm.
just a little dissolvable tablet. So she found ways around her sensory issues so she could clean her mouth. She said, if all
Mm.
else fails, I'll just use mouthwash for a day or two until I feel like I can tolerate cleaning my mouth properly. So this woman was being honest and upfront about the fact that she didn't brush her teeth as much as she'd like to, or as much as other people do, because she had sensory issues. And I think if Amber were just honest and be like, I'm depressed and I'm huge and I'm exhausted and I'm not taking a shower today, I think she
Yeah.
would get more, you know, less backlash than to, I shower daily,
Yeah.
guys. You know, I shower daily. And we
Yeah.
all know she doesn't. So,
Yeah.
I mean, why lie? But, you know,
It's
lie to,
just like, and I don't know how that how that would exactly go down. But I know that for years she hasn't been taking weight loss seriously. She
right.
talked about doing Weight Watchers or doing what was that octopus, Optivia.
Activia.
She was doing all kinds of things, but she wasn't because at the same time she wasn't losing weight. I think the only time she lost weight was when I took a break from her, and that was after Becky and her had moved into that new place.
Hmm.
She
And then she
lost a
got on
couple of pounds.
Ozempic. She got on
Yeah,
Ozempic for a little while and dropped
yeah,
some weight.
and then later on, she admitted that she was popping Delta gummies the whole time.
Mhm.
And I don't know, but if she said, "Look, she doesn't have to insult herself by saying I'm a pig, but I'm a glutton. I can't keep food out of my mouth. This is my life. I'm vlogging my life." There will be, and she said it before, but then she kept contradicting herself. There will be no more talk about weight loss. No more talk about it because I'm not interested in losing weight. I'm interested in just living as long as I can with the amount of calories that I feel I need to have every day. But she's never authentic. She tries to be someone else and it's frustrating.
It is very frustrating. It is. And I think you're right. If she were more genuine, she would get less hate,
See,
regardless of
there
the
you go. You
situation.
said genuine. That's the word I wanted to use, but I picked another one, but you chose the right word. You need a reaction channel.
Maybe I do one time. But you know what? I get so damn worked up watching Amber. I'll just be cussing her. And thank God you're saying what you're saying, because I'll be like, Amen. You tell her. Because
No, but
I
I
will
would
get
like to
really
hear it
worked
from her.
up.
Do you know how many comments I get? I love your German accent. Imagine all those comments being gone and just somebody saying, "Yeah." That's exactly what I was thinking. That's what they would write under your videos. And not
Hell
always
yeah.
German accent.
Well, I've got the, Southern accent going on. So we have our own ways of speaking, I guess. Yours is so glorious. You should just read for a living. I could listen to you talk all day. It's lovely. And my
Mm-mm.
favorite word that you say, the way that you say solution, ah, it's like
What?
music. I don't know why. I love the way you say solution.
Do I say it differently than it's supposed to be said, or what?
No, you just say it the way you speak. And like you put maybe emphasis on the you a little bit more or something. Anyway, it's lovely. I love the way you say solution. It makes any
Solu-
solution seem possible.
I had no idea. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
Girly Girl again. Merry Christmas.
Hi, girly girl. Oh, Kate
What?
wants me to say vehicle. I don't know how they say it in England or anywhere else, but vehicle, that's how I say, like a car or a truck. She loves that. I don't know why. I'm going to have to hear her say it one day.
Vehicle.
Vehicle. It's our differences that make life interesting. I love it. And I
Yeah, I
love
would have
that
said car.
it's
Swedish car,
car.
me
Yeah,
too.
car. That's how I
I,
say it. Car.
I cannot say certain words. One of them is video. I usually say video. That's one, and another one is simular. See,
Similar.
similar. Huh?
Similar. Similar.
Similar.
Uh-huh.
And somebody said in my comments, it sounds like you're saying simular, simular. And so I re-listened to it and it sounded like that. And I wasn't aware at the time that I wasn't saying it right.
Well, I love the way you speak. You shouldn't change a thing. Your inflection and everything is lovely. It's nice. I'm sure you hear that all the time from your viewers.
No. Lemon Tree Quilt says, I can't believe ALR hasn't deleted her channel and disappeared out of shame.
She has no
Because she
shame.
doesn't have any shame,
She
remorse,
has no
or
shame.
guilt. And also, that is the only way she can make money.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think she will ride this pony until it finally croaks.
Yeah. I
What
think so
is that?
too.
I haven't checked her social blade in a while. What does it look like? So she's still at 228,000 subscribers. Yeah, right. And between today and yesterday, she had not even 18,000 views. I mean, that girl, if she's not on the down slope, I don't know who is. And she still hasn't posted another video because, of course, now she has to down all the bus balls to help her deal with the interview between Casey and Mr. Snowflake.
Mhm. Yeah.
What a life.
Whenever there was that waiting period when he did a little community post and said it's getting ready, it's rendering or uploading or whatever, and it'll be up, in a couple of hours, and then it took a little longer. I think myself, like many of you, were probably refreshing it and being like, oh, wonder when it's going to drop, I can't wait, and in the back of my mind, I was imagining Amber was probably doing the same thing. She's going to watch it. She wants to know what's being said about her, and that she was on the edge of her seat, waiting for that to drop with all the rest of us, but for an entirely different reason, because she was probably needing to take notes to come up with excuses, lies, reasons, things like that. And, it was real eye opening to me, the part where they were talking about how Amber had said, I don't know if it was on I don't remember what platform it was on, but she had said in print that if you slap or scratch someone a time or two, that's just a
It's not
mistake. That's
abuse.
just a slip. It's not abuse. Now, that's
Yeah,
what an abuser says.
yeah, yeah,
That's what an abuser would say about a slap or a
yeah,
pinch or,
yeah,
something, a scratch or something like that. If it's
yeah.
purposeful harm, if you are purposefully harming another, that's abuse. End of story. There's not a slip. There's not. Do you think I would be like my husband just accidentally lost his temper and scratched me on my face? No, I wouldn't be with somebody I would be worried might scratch me or slap me when they became angry. That's abuse. There's no
Mhm,
excuse for it.
mhm. She must have some shame, or she wouldn't lie about things like not showering. Yeah, I don't know. I think
Yeah,
she's
that's
completely
curious
detached
as well.
from who she is. And so she doesn't identify with being somebody that doesn't take showers. And that's why she lies about that. And that it's like pride. You're right. So she's ashamed of that part of herself, and that's why she doesn't admit to it.
But not ashamed enough to change.
Exactly.
There's not enough shame for her to do anything about it. It's too inconvenient for her to do anything about it. So she'll just lie because that's easy.
Yeah.
I
Why
don't
did she
know
put
why she did that.
I don't know either.
Trying to be a quirky girl, I guess. Don't know. Some people speculated that she didn't want to put them in the trash because she didn't want the trash valet to think that she was an alcoholic, which I don't know that
Okay.
she would even care about that, but I don't know.
Well, eventually these things are gonna have to leave the house, right?
Yeah, surely. Yeah. I mean, that just seemed weird. Often she does really odd things that I don't understand that behavior at all. Just like the
Yeah.
putting her empties back in the fridge. No, I don't understand.
What I have the biggest problem this year understanding is how she cannot care about her channel going down the drain. It has been going, and all she does is troll.
She might be in denial. She might just be, oh, it's not that bad. I'm going to forever be able to earn my living in this way. You remember how when
But
she was
look at
moving,
look at like she gets the Google AdSense payment, and so she's been seeing it every month this year, and it's gotta suck. I mean, every paycheck must have sucked,
Mhm, mhm.
except for the months after the breakup. The breakup.
Yeah. But you remember when she moved from Kentucky, when wifey loaded her up and brought her to her mom's to dump her off and be shut of her, is what she did. When she did that, Amber pretended she wasn't moving, that she was going to go back. She just pretended that she
Right.
wasn't going to move. So, I mean, if that's the kind of headspace she's in, maybe she's pretending everything's fine as far as, her channel and everything.
Mm.
That's true. A little bit abusive is like a little bit pregnant. Either you are or you aren't.
Uh,
It's pretty black and white.
in the
Hides in the
dishwasher. Oh my gosh.
Gotcha. Yeah, I knew that that's like something that people do that drink to excess, that they'll hide their empties. But she's vlogging this. So
She's
who the fuck is
vlogging
she
it.
hiding it from? She's
Yeah.
televising it to the entire world. So she's not hiding anything. She's so odd. I don't understand how her brain
Maybe,
works.
sometimes I think that the most views she got when she did the most horrendous things. And maybe that's the only part that stuck, that when she does something that people hate, the views will go up. But it makes no difference. This year it hasn't made a difference except for her announcing the breakup. Nothing has really gotten her views to go back up. And so maybe she just keeps trying.
Yeah. Um, Swedish Mom asks, is ALR pregnant? No, we were talking about how being a little bit abusive is like being a little bit pregnant. It's either one or the other. But yeah, thank God. That's one positive out of the Amberverse is that she is not going to procreate. So her genetics end with her. So there's the one small favor that she won't be having any children to curse with her ways, and God forbid someone have to be raised by her. I mean, I feel sorry for her animals because you know they're neglected. There's
Yeah.
no way they're not neglected. She neglects herself, you know. And
Especially
Sandy
Wasabi. I see Wasabi having a fur similar to Miss Norma Jean's. He needs a
lots of
lot of
attention.
care.
Yes. Yes. It's that ultra fine, ultra dense fur that just mats up at, Norma Jean, I tell her she has bed body because after she sleeps for a while and gets up, her hair is crazy all over her body. And
I
instead of
love it.
bedhead, she gets bed body. But we have to stay on top of that or she gets very large hairballs. And where the hair mats together, it pulls her
Yeah,
flesh. So it's
yeah,
painful. Kind of like
yeah,
when you wear a ponytail for a long time and then you
yeah,
take it down and it's so sore where it's been pinned
yeah,
together. I think that they feel like that under those hairballs. So
yeah,
yeah, I think that her pets are so neglected. And I think when
yeah,
she says she takes Twinkie for a walk, she holds the door open and lets Twinkie
yeah,
piss and has her
yeah.
come back in, and that's it. That's going for a walk. And that
And some
dog
people in my
needs that.
comment section even said that these pets have not been visible in her vlogs much. Maybe she does, like Twinkie is not even with her anymore, but with her mom. Maybe her mom's boyfriend is without a job or whatever, and so I don't know.
Yeah.
But I
There's no
doubt that
telling
she's,
this.
yeah,
She's so dishonest. You never know what's going on, really.
yeah. Because she doesn't realize she's on the path to being an alcoholic. I don't think she's there yet, but she's walking a slippery slope. Yeah, because she gets addicted to anything that makes her
Yes.
feel good.
Yes. She's addicted to any kind of endorphin rush and any kind of substance that makes her feel happy and giddy.
Okay, I feel sorry about Gracie, and I don't know none of us know what really happened to Gracie. But the way Mr. Snowflake went about it, I just cracked up laughing every single time. Because when he and Jimmy Bunker did the reactions, they just every single time, Gracie, Gracie, oh poor Gracie.
Mhm. Well,
Yeah, poor Gracie.
that's just like a narcissist to find something that's coming in between or drawing attention from or getting attention or taking the focus off, and then they're going to get rid of that because they want to
Yeah,
be the star.
yeah.
And yeah, poor Gracie.
Yeah, they
True.
want to isolate you. That's why she try to make sure that Destiny doesn't spend too much time with her mom, that Becky doesn't spend too much time with her family. I
And
don't
you
know
could
what was
tell
going on with her.
Becky was very into being with her family. Like she would want to see her family daily. Not everybody has that relationship, but for people who do, that's real important. That's like a foundation stone for them to touch base with their family and everything's okay and I'm okay, you're okay. Now let's
Yeah,
move forward with our life. And uh, Big Al just denied her that and tried to make her feel less than because of anything that she was into, like the type of art she was into, wanting to be around her family all the time. Shit, just being from Kentucky. Amber's all looking down her nose. You?
oh no,
Oh, we're
you're
back.
back, you're back.
But yeah, I think she tried to. I think that Amber felt like she was better than Becky. Like she was of a better social class. She was more attractive. She was smarter. She had more money. She had more influence. She had a huge following online. She was the one that bought the car, paid the rent, paid the bills. So I feel like she thought she was better than Becky. So that justified her treatment of Becky. He was like, of course I'm going to treat her like shit. Compared to me, she is shit. And I mean, because that's the feeling you get from Amber. Even like when Becky was feeling bad, I'll remember this forever. And you put it on a couple of your videos. Her tooth, she had oral surgery or a tooth removed or something, wisdom
Mm,
teeth cut out, a major oral surgery, and she was starting to feel the pain. The whatever they gave her was wearing off, and she was beginning to feel pain. And she was hungry. She hadn't eaten in a long time, like you don't when you're going to have oral surgery. And she was like, I'm feeling a little bit, pain, and I'm feeling a little hungry. And Amber's like, well, you should get up and make yourself something to eat then.
yeah,
It's
that
like,
was
bitch,
just
don't
so
even realize.
cold.
She don't even realize how fucking mean that was.
Mm-mm.
She didn't even know
Or
what.
in and I can't find it anywhere because if you put it in a YouTube search window, it won't show up. She said on a live stream to Becky, "Have you taken your medication today?" And Becky said no, and she go and take it.
Go and take it. Hmm.
And I was like, how can you treat somebody that you
Hmm.
claim to love like that in front of thousands of people? And that was a live stream. That wasn't just a vlog. I mean, that
I
would have
know.
been even
Yeah.
worse.
Yeah. Just, you should go and take it. Have you taken your
Yeah.
medicine today? Because you're annoying me and I don't like the way you're acting. Go and take that pill that makes you more subtle and subdued where I can control you better. Go take
Yeah.
it.
And then they
That's
told her, the audience told her, and then she still didn't get what they were talking about, that was rude. That was
Yeah.
very
She
rude.
can't even understand how awful she is. She can't even understand. She thinks we're just all haters. Like the entire world is just hating on her because she's fat. And it really has
Yeah.
absolutely nothing to do with her weight.
Yeah. I
Like,
wonder if anybody's ever asked her how she would feel if somebody else would treat her the way she treats people.
I
I
bet that's
wonder
not
if
crossed her mind. The do unto others as you would do unto yourself mantra. I bet that has never crossed her mind. She would never treat someone the way she expects to be treated because she's super special. She should be
no.
treated better than
Yeah, you're
others.
right.
She should get exceptions made for her bad behavior and all the ass pats for any slightly good behavior.
Mm.
It's ridiculous. That's
Yeah.
true. That's
Well,
true. She loves herself. And at the same time, it seems like she hates herself. Like, if you really truly loved your true self, you wouldn't treat yourself that way. You would, stand up for your body and make healthy decisions and try not to be a total jerk all the time. It's
mm.
ridiculous. I don't see how Becky, even though I just said, you can't judge people for staying in relationships for a certain amount of time, but I don't see how Becky managed to survive in that environment for as long as she did. Because you could see her just going down, becoming depressed, becoming less herself. There was no joy. It was just drudgery, caring for Amber, doing her chores, making her food runs. She was just being used. She was being used up. It's so great that she broke up with her, that she
Yeah,
found the
but
strength to
she
do that.
didn't have a job. She could have gotten herself a job, but she gained so much weight that
She did.
she probably figured, I can't hold down a job anymore.
Yeah.
And I'd rather put up with Amber's BS than, get out.
And I bet Amber encouraged her to eat bad quality food because she's like, I'm eating it and I don't want to feel different or guilty because I'm eating enough for 5 people. You eat too. I want you to eat 2 cheeseburgers too. And Becky's like, no, I only want a few chicken nuggets. No, you're going to eat what I paid for you. I bought it. It's ungrateful for you not to eat it. Eat it. I bet she
Probably.
did
Oh,
that.
that's so disgusting. Yeah.
I bet she made her eat. It was
Yeah.
like, I don't want to eat by myself. Becky, come sit down and eat with me.
Yeah.
That kind of shit.
Yeah.
She
I
likes to talk
apologize for the
down on her
noise. I'm gonna
mother.
have to roll a cigarette.
She does like to talk down on her mother. And, I think it's horrible that she takes her mother has her mother take her to the liquor store and to the wherever she buys her gummies or whatever, because recreational marijuana is not legal in Oklahoma. I live just right next door to Oklahoma. And you can get it with a medical prescription, and there are dispensaries, but you can't just go down to the head shop and buy weed in Oklahoma. It's not available for recreation. And so she must be getting Delta 8, Delta 9 gummies, whatever they are, because THC, you've got to have a medical reason to have it. You've got to go see a doctor and get a prescription for it. And Amber's not going to do that. She's not going to go to the doctor and get anything. And besides, whatever she invents as her excuse to get a prescription for marijuana, whether it's back pain or, whatever, can't sleep, whatever, they're going to tell her lose weight. They're going to say, you don't need marijuana, honey. You need to lose several hundred pounds. Then, your sleep cycle will regulate itself. Then your back pain will dissipate. You need to move more and eat less. She ain't trying to hear that. That's why she never goes to the doctor, because that's what they're all going to tell her every time, because it's such a startling, big symptom is that she is super morbidly obese. And that's going to encompass all of her health problems. And so any doctor, they don't have to be fat phobic to tell her your main issue is obesity. We need to work on that first. And
Yeah.
she don't want to hear that. So she's not going to go to a doctor, even for like a weed script. She's not going to go.
Mm-mm. She has zero insight into her own behavior. I'd love to know where all these traits have developed, or was she always destined to be like this? I do feel that her shitty childhood contributed in part.
Well, you know what? She said, I think it was in that Mr. Snowflake video, he had a clip of her saying that she'd been in foster care for however many years. And when you're in foster care, everything's taken care of. You're really well taken care of. And then she moved from foster care right into with Casey's mom. And so
Hmm.
she assumed and expected the same care that she got from people who signed up to be foster parents and wanted, to be in the foster parent system. That's not the same as the mom of your girlfriend. That's it's different. So I think that from the foster care, she got this idea that everybody just take care of her. Like she had a shitty childhood, so now everybody should take care of her and she shouldn't have to do anything. And she seems to have arrested development. Like she said, I feel like in my brain I'm only 17. She is. She has arrested development because she's never moved on to where she takes care of herself. And this YouTube shit was a fluke. She can pay her own bills just by it's a fluke that she started making enough money. If she had not been successful on YouTube, she would still be grifting and mooching off other people. I don't think she would ever
But
take care of herself.
I still believe she never would have made it to that. Never would have made it to that weight. She would have never been able to get a job, let alone hold down a job, to make enough money to eat this
Right,
much,
right. That's true. She
or
wouldn't have
or
had
or
the
food stamps.
resources to
Yeah.
indulge herself in this way. Yeah.
Uh,
But you never know. Um, Crappy food that is really bad for you, especially here in America. I can only speak for what's going on in America and in the southern area. The worse the food is for you, the cheaper it is. And people are given enough like food stamp benefits to buy food for themselves that is good and healthy. So they're given a significant amount of credit on their food stamp benefits so that they can buy fresh veg and lots of, meat and things like that. And Amber, had she been on food stamps, would buy junk and would gorge on junk. So she may have gotten fat on food stamps, whether or not she had the money to actually do it or not, because it's
but
choices.
that big, but others make it to that size too
They
without
do.
having a.
They do. It's choices. It's what you choose to eat. Because if you're
Yeah.
drinking liters of soda every day and eating, pounds of over processed garbage every day, your body
Yeah.
just they can't it can't cope. It's too
Yeah.
much.
Yeah. I totally agree. She got used to be. The reason, by the way, I'm reading these is because I never know when the video is up later that the chat will still show, and so I'm
Mhm.
reading it so that
Yeah.
people. I totally agree. She got used to being treated a certain way, like people should cater to her every whim, and she still thinks everyone should treat her like that. But then she has moments where I'm thinking she finds herself ugly, which I don't believe for 1 minute. Otherwise, the look in her eyes would be different when she looks at
Oh, well,
herself.
what's all this
In the,
TikTok mess if she's so unattractive? That's not the way
no,
someone with low self-esteem acts
no, no,
at all. And I think the
no.
whole victim Lynn really started with the foster care because people are like, oh, this young woman or this little girl, she's been through so much. Let's be extra nice to her. Let's give her whatever she's interested in, and
Yeah,
oh, she
well,
must she must need to eat extra because she didn't get enough at home when, that kind of stuff. And that she just has worked that and played on that and built on that her entire adult life. She's been like, well, let's make them feel sorry for me so I can get away with whatever the hell I want to do. Because if people feel sorry for me, they'll overlook my horrible behavior. Oh, I'm
But
a
when will the
victim.
point ever come when will she have gotten enough hate from enough people to realize that we're not haters because humanity is so bad, but because she's been portraying such a bad personality on her channel?
And something else I'm always constantly like, it comes to the forefront of my mind when I'm watching her videos or a react. I don't watch her videos. I only ever watch reaction channels. But this is what she's choosing to show us. Not only has she recorded it, she's edited it and uploaded it and probably previewed it, and she's putting it out there to get monetized. This is what she, in full conscious awareness, is choosing to show the world. So think what she doesn't show. Think what gets edited out. Like the stuff that Amber feels is too bad to show to us. My God, she might be a for real monster. Who knows? I feel like she was virgin on monstrous with Becky. Poor Becky. And I hate to be like, oh, pity and poor Becky, but my heart did go out to her when I saw the change, and she seemed to be a relatively happy young woman, and she became a miserable, depressed medical, she needed medicine to help her through the day because she
Yeah.
was so depressed and miserable. And it was all Amber, because she wasn't like that before she met her. And Becky said when they first met, the reason why she started interacting with Amber was because she didn't want Amber to unalive herself,
Yeah.
and that she stayed as long as she did because, well, probably Amber threatened something along those lines. I'm not going to be able to make it without you. If you leave me, I don't know what I'll do,
Yeah.
implying things.
Yeah, Becky also said she wasn't ready for a relationship, just like YP said she wasn't,
Right.
not ready for a relationship or not really looking for anything, but she got sucked into it. And
Yeah.
then giving up her job. I mean, I don't
I'm
they
sure
make
Amber
so many
forced.
decisions I would have never made when, when you
Right.
feel somebody's energy and you are around somebody like Amber, and she must have smelled at the time already. And that's, and then the energy she puts out and the statements she makes, and then you give up your job to get more of that, to have more of that.
Here's another thing I think about Amber that I don't voice very often. I obviously do not think she is a very intelligent person. So I don't think she has a high level of intelligence. I think she has a low level intelligence. But I think she has a certain species of cunning. She has a cunning mind. She has a deceptive liar's mind, and that she is able to manipulate people in a way, like she finds their buttons and she presses them. For instance,
Mm.
Becky, she would be able to manipulate her, like by saying, you're the only person who really understands me. I need you. And take the feelings that Becky has and turn them back on herself. Like a lot of narcissists do. They get people to reveal things about themselves, and then they weaponize that against them. And they're like, Becky feels like maybe someone might leave her for someone of another gender. And in that respect, she has no way to compete, because if she's her gender and she can't change that, and if her partner leaves her for the opposite gender, there's nothing she can say or do about that except be abandoned for
Yeah.
something that she can't control. And so when she confided this into Amber, then Amber would weaponize it against her. Becky, you don't want to do what I want? Maybe I'll go talk to this guy that I've been talking to online. I've not talked to a guy like this before. Maybe I should think about dating men. And it would break Becky, and she'd do whatever she wanted so that wouldn't happen. Because she's just finding out these little secret things in her secret heart and then using them against her. Because that's
Yeah.
how narcissists do. They weaponize your most vulnerable spots.
Yeah.
It's really evil.
No.
Yeah,
Must
it
be
really,
really, really, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
Becky was the perfect victim for Amber. Of all her partners, Wifey is really the odd one out. She never seemed to be a victim. Wifey seemed to be the one in control. So how and why did Amber allow that? I think that Amber actually fell for Wifey. I have a strong feeling like every time you saw Amber looking at Wifey, it was a different kind of look. With Becky, it was more like I'm above you. And
Hmm.
with Destiny, she had feelings for too, but I think she had genuine feelings for YP.
And I think also maybe YB had a personality that didn't succumb to that. Like she was strong enough in character and she was emotionally mature enough to be like, ah, shut up, girl, get away from me. I ain't trying to hear that shit. And she'd give that to Amber. And Amber didn't know what to do with that when somebody's like, ah, disregard you. She
Yeah,
can't imagine that, so she was constantly trying to win wifey's favor because she wasn't already high in her books. I'm sure wifey, had her own life and her own interests, and it seemed like Amber wanted to be considered cool by wifey, like
yeah,
she was
yeah.
a cool and interesting person. She thought wifey was cool and she wanted wifey to think she was cool.
Mm,
And I think that, yeah, she wanted to be like her, and wanted her to think that she was fun to be with, and that she was, because she tried to be this party girl when wifey was around, and um I don't know about the whole Polly thing, but it's just like she thought that wifey was cool and she wanted to impress her, and when she tried to manipulate her, it didn't work. And I think Amber was confused by that and even more attracted to her because she couldn't control her and she was trying to figure out why.
yeah, yeah. I wished we had found out more about YP.
Yeah. Yeah. That'd be nice to kind of get her side of things. Because it kind of seems like, I don't know, it could go either way. She could have been genuine or she could have been totally grifting and using Amber. Because Amber would fall for it. All you'd have to say is, you are so special. You're so unique and beautiful. You're like no one else. You're so special. You're so much better than anybody I've ever dated. Boom, you got her. She do whatever. Because she's been dying to hear that her whole life. She wants to be rare. We all know that. She wants to be. Bye, bye, Swedish mom. I'm glad you joined us. That's great. Yeah, this is a wonderful little live stream. Yeah, everybody's popping in to say hi, and it's a great Christmas day here. It's all, it was rainy yesterday, but it's all sunny here today. It's a nice day. It's raining on you today, isn't it, Sabina? Yep, rainy
I didn't
day.
leave the house much today, though. We did yesterday, but not today. Yeah. Wifey has what? Wifey was aspirational. If she could catch someone that fantastic, she could be raised up by them instead of needing to put the other person down to feel better. But yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's spot on. I think you're right. She wanted to be like her, like she admired her and wanted to be like her. And contrary wise, I don't think she ever admired Becky. She never admired her. She found a mark that she could control in Becky. I don't think she ever cared for her the way that she said she did. But with
It would be
YB,
interesting to know how Amber would have acted if YP had come along when Amber was still making a lot of money on YouTube.
yeah, yeah,
But then again, the same thing she probably did do, throw a lot of money at her.
yeah. Well, Mike, wifey made out like a bandit there. She got that full sleeve tattoo. Those are incredibly expensive. She got all kinds of expensive clothes and shoes. Hey,
Kelly!
Kelly! We love you. We love you.
Is
I'm
he
so
cooking
glad
up a
you're
gutted twin?
here. She's cooking up a
Oh.
storm there for Christmas. That's wonderful. Well, hey, baby, what are you doing? I got all my fur babies here, Kelbell. I'll have to catch one and let them say hi to you in a minute. I'm glad everybody's in the stream. All my besties. So
We just need
wonderful.
Aliyah to come back out of the woodwork. Aliyah, if you're
Yeah, I
watching.
sent her a little link, but it was email, so I don't know. We don't all check our email. Let me see here.
Oh, Donna, hey. I miss Merry Christmas, you guys. Yeah, we've been online for a while now, but we didn't announce it, Donna. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. I didn't do I think Tennielle, you said you saw a countdown, right? Like notify me or something earlier before the live stream started.
Yeah, but I don't know if that was the right thing I was looking at. I'm not
No,
100% sure. I'm not real tech savvy, so sometimes I get lost in the wilderness here.
no, Kelly, Aliyah is. I mean, unless she's not commenting. But Aliyah sent me a Christmas card, and then I missed her so much. And Tennielle sent her a link to the live stream here so that she could maybe come on if it's convenient. But then again, isn't today, what day is today? Oh, Monday.
It's Monday.
Yeah, it's not the weekend, so yeah, I would love to hear how she's doing with her weight loss surgery and everything.
Yes, me too. I'd love to hear how she's doing. Whatever you feel like sharing, Aaliyah, we would love to be in contact with you. We miss you.
Yeah,
She is a sweet spirit. She's not
yeah.
here that I know of unless she's lurking, which is fine. Lurkers welcome. But yeah, we both Sabine and I both got a Christmas card from her, so that was wonderful to hear from her. Every great once in a
Mm,
while, I'll see a little comment here or there from her, and it's always wonderful to know she's still around and still interacting with us. Sometimes we just need our quiet time. Everybody needs time to go be by themselves and be quiet for a little while, and that's fine. That's good for us.
yeah. Yeah, Leah mentioned several times that she doesn't like the negative comments, like
Yeah,
when
I
you
think
say
she's
I'm gonna get weight
sensitive.
loss surgery and then you don't eat the right things like Amber sometimes, says. You don't eat the right things or you eat too much of something and then people start criticizing you because they know better, you know.
Yeah, she had her weight loss surgery, and I remember her she was trying to start refeeding afterwards in very, very small amounts. And yeah, she was posting different, you know, results from that. But then I think she decided to just keep her private stuff private, which is totally understandable,
Yeah.
and continue her journey without input from strangers,
Hmm.
which that's not easy to cope with. And I think she might be sensitive to that negative stuff. And in that
Yeah.
case, you shouldn't expose yourself to it, because we all have enough trouble without, Debbie Downers always trying to put you down.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Kelbell is very knowledgeable about that.
Kelly, what are you doing? Wait. Yeah, to show my
She's
support.
she's distracted by cooking a delicious feast, I'm sure. I think she's making prime rib,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
I'm
Mr.
jealous.
Snowflake's video with Casey. Mm-mm. I
Yeah, that
still
was
wish it had been Becky though.
yeah, I would like to hear Becky's uninterrupted, her own voice, and I feel like Snowflake could host that for her.
Yeah.
He seems very gracious in that regard,
Yeah. And
instead
I
of just
couldn't, some asked me in my comment section, if they would have loved if I had done it with Mr. Snowflake. I would have never been able to be as calm and collected as Mr. Snowflake was.
Mhm. Yeah.
because
He
I'm
really
too
gave a little bit.
emotionally involved with
Mhm.
Becky. Not with Casey, of course, because we never really saw her except for the rebuttal video. But with Becky, so many times I saw the pain in her eyes. It didn't even show on her face, just the eyes, the disappointment and the hurt. And Amber just kept going and laying into her.
And whenever Becky does get an opportunity to come online and share her part, it kind of reminded me like when Destiny did it, she had her little notebook there. And she had things that people had asked her about that she certainly
Yeah,
wanted to clarify. And so she went through her notes. And it wasn't, in a style that was real engaging. Some people said it was boring and all this, but it was her way to tell her side. And I think that like an interview with Mr. Snowflake, because whenever Becky's tried to do that, it's either been people asking questions in the chat or her just, trying to talk. And I think she would do really well with someone like Snowflake, giving her cues and questions and prompting her and helping her stay on, the story that she needs to tell. Uh, I think that she would benefit from an interview from a good interviewer like him
yeah,
that would,
yeah,
prompt her and then give her space to tell her part. And then whenever it starts getting too much about something else, like more about Amber than it is about Becky, he can, nudge her back towards her side of the story, because
yeah,
I'm sure she always feels like, just like Casey said, he feels like everybody just wants to know about Amber. They're not interested in me. On my
yeah,
channel, when I try to do my art or my stories or gaming, all I do is get questions about Amber. I'm not into that. I don't want to talk about Amber. This is, if you're going to show up for me, fine. If you don't, this isn't an Amber react, so I don't want to talk about Amber. And I feel like Becky's getting a lot of that. Everybody just wants to hear about Amber, and they say they support her and that they're all about her, but they're still like, oh, and did she take a shower? She ain't trying to talk about that all the time. So I think in an interview type situation, she would be able to release more of her own feelings and trauma and stuff if she had a good, someone that would help her through that, because it's
yeah,
hard to stay on point.
and phrase the questions in a way to where Becky wouldn't have to reveal too much herself. But if
Right.
you ask the right question, she could just nod or whatever. I mean, we know certain things that happened.
And I feel like Becky is still conscious of and nervous about repercussions from things that she would say. Like she doesn't want Amber to uh, feel vengeful and call the cops on her family or do something else equally as nasty, because she gets on there and tells her truth, which is totally okay and she should be able to do. Amber certainly says whatever the hell she wants to.
Mhm.
So I think it would be really, therapeutic for Becky to be able to say whatever she wants without that kind of fear of
Yeah,
retribution from Amber,
yeah.
and also with a big audience to where they can know that, this side of Amber.
Mm. Kelly says, "I've gotta get back to task, but got you on my TV." Oh,
Oh, well, I can't wait for your wonderful dinner. You'll have to take a picture and send me a picture of your beautiful prime rib when it comes out. I love prime rib. That's a commitment there. When you when you purchase that big expensive prime, you better cook it right. Those are expensive.
Becky is still too intimidated by Amber to risk the backlash she might get. Yeah, until Amber is completely
I agree.
discredited, I don't think she'll say much of anything. That might just be the order in which it's going to happen. Amber's channel completely going down the drain, and then Becky coming out, setting the record straight, and moving on with vlogs. Like she's being creative, just like Destiny. I can't even remember, but Casey, was had interests that she could share. Maybe.
Yeah. Oh, you got it on sale, of course. Oh, that's a good price for Prime. Yeah. Well done, you. Get those sales. I love a good sale. I love getting a good bargain. I would much rather pay a small price than be like, oh, look at this expensive thing I got. I'd be like, oh, this was so cheap. I'm so proud I got it on a good deal. I love a sale. Yeah. Everybody's having a lovely Christmas day. We're all having a lovely Christmas time. We did
I
our
just
Christmas yesterday, really. Yeah, I reserved today for Sabina.
Yeah, and we did because in Germany, Christmas is more, the 24th.
The Eve. Yeah.
My ham was only my ham was only 87 cents. Wow, that's good.
Oh, that is good. Love a bargain. Can't beat a bargain. And I love a holiday ham. My favorite leftover is a yeast roll opened up with a piece of holiday ham in there, that little slider sandwich.
Ooh.
Oh, that's my favorite thing after a big dinner the next day. A little ham slider. Yeah.
Yeah, Dana, I've been thinking about that, and several people have said it in my comment section. But the problem with that is I'm too emotionally involved. You can tell sometimes when I come home from work and I do reactions, and then I really rip into her because I'm concerning certain things that trigger me. For example, abuse, or taking advantage of somebody that is like not in the position to defend themselves against you. That happens so often between Amber and Becky that I'm emotionally involved. And so I think somebody like Mr. Snowflake would be a much better choice. And he's better at telling a story than I am. I'm more impulsive. I'm like, here's my reaction, bam, bam, boom, and then I'm done. And Mr. Snowflake is like, let me take a step back. I would like to look at the videos. I would like to evaluate them in my head and then put them in the order in which they make sense to the viewer. And then, the editing alone, I mean, with the not yesterday's video, of course, there was just one song. But his video editing is just amazing. I wished I had the skills to do that. I mean, I
It
have the
is
skills, but I don't have the intuitive or the creativity like he does.
so
And
polished and professional.
yeah,
They just
and
look
I think
like,
that he would be a lot better, like he was in the interview with Casey yesterday. He would be not emotional, but de facto what happened, how did it
mhm,
make you feel? He would be more like, give Casey or Becky the platform to express herself. And I would
yeah,
be like, oh my God, what did Amber you know, when Amber did this, how did you feel? It drove me up the wall. You know what? I
yeah,
punched my monitor.
yeah.
I would be all over that stuff.
And it's not like he didn't show emotion. He was obviously moved at many of the
Hmm.
things that Casey said, but he's very determined,
Yeah,
like not meticulous, but able to stay in that interviewer's role and be able to keep the interview on track and stay on pertinent subjects, which myself, I ramble off to the four corners. We'd never get to the main heart of the matter because I just branch off and talk about whatever crosses my random mind. But he seems
mm,
very deliberate.
yeah,
And very thoughtful. And it seems like he does a lot of work in ahead of time and after to
yeah,
make it, presentable in a way that he feels comfortable presenting the other person. Seems like
yeah,
a lot of care and respect for the other person goes into his work, which is
yeah.
nice.
And patience also, and I often don't have that patience. I see that Amber has posted, and I'm like, oh gosh, what does she have to say now? And then I'm already in a mood, and
Yes,
if I waited a few days, it would probably be better. But I'm always getting the comments saying, "I've been waiting for your reaction." When my reaction goes up like 2 hours after hers,
right,
and I
right.
I can't wait longer, or I cool off, and then I'm thinking, yeah, she's not worth it. I'm not gonna react to it at
Right.
all.
Right. It's that first reaction that you have that we all show up for because it's our reaction too. When we're like, oh
Yeah.
my God, can you believe she did this? And yeah, it's because after you cool off for a minute, it's not the same. If you wait a couple of days, it's not the same because it's the same tired old bullshit she's always doing. And you
Mm.
find yourself repeating yourself. It's like, oh, she's such a narcissist. She doesn't care. she's doing this destructive behavior for attention. And it's just the same, chewing your cabbage over and over again because it's just the same old shit. But that initial spark that we all feel from her, that's the reaction that, that we're all sharing, is that initial, oh my God, I can't believe it. Even though
Mm.
after all these years, it's still so bad that it's shocking sometimes.
Because it's been going on for so long, there seems to be no progress in
Measured.
any kind
Yes,
of way.
measured. That's the word.
Yeah, I love that. Even
Yeah.
though when he was doing reactions with Jimmy Bunkers, I almost wet myself. Oh my gosh, they were so funny. They have such a great chemistry together, like the humor that they,
They
share.
do.
Just one look of Mr. Snowflake at Jimmy, and I lost it.
He tickled me on that one video that they did about I think it was victims of an empath. It wasn't the interview, it was the one right before that Snowflake did with Jimmy.
Did I
And they did
watch that?
that video on Amber, and Amber was like, "Oh, here come the tears," and Jimmy was like, "What? What tear? I don't see any tears. What tears?"
I
Like,
don't
there
even
are
think
no
I
tears. You
watched
just
that one.
lying.
Uh,
Yeah, I think it was that first victims of an empath video that him and Jimmy did on Amber, and then immediately followed with the Casey interview. Because at the end of the victims of the empath video, he said, "If you think this was bad, wait until I get to Crystal."
uh,
Yeah. So obviously something went on with that he knows about, because boy does he have receipts. He
yeah,
produces all the receipts.
yeah.
With him sitting in the chair. Yeah. Yeah. When he was like looking like, what tears? I don't see any tears.
Did I do something while I was watching it? I cannot imagine that I didn't watch it, but that part doesn't ring a bell at all. Maybe I went outside for a moment or
Maybe.
so.
A
I'm
lot
gonna
of times I
rewatch
have
it.
stuff on, while I'm doing other things, and I'll
Yeah.
miss little bits.
Yeah.
I often listen to you every morning while I cook breakfast at 5 a.m., Sabina. You'll be in there
What?
doing an Amber react, and I'll be like, "Oh, no," just talking with you. And be like, "Girl," and I tell you, it's hard to get that kind of let's go get them energy at 5 a.m. So you really do help me kind of perk up and be like, I know Amber's not going to do a damn thing today, but I'm going to do 1,000 things today just to
Mm,
spite her ass. And,
mm,
I often get really good negative inspiration from Amber because I see her doing things and I'll be like, there, but for the grace of God, let me go do something. I'm going to eat a salad and go for a walk because I can't stand Amber. And she's
mm.
always, done that for me. That's a positive react of watching her, but only in small doses, because after a while she sucks my will to live out of the room. She's just so negative and awful.
She has even if she I don't know how to explain it, but the vibration in her voice is so negative that even I believe that even if she read the phone book or if she read something really meaningless, her voice would still have a negative impact because of
Mhm.
that vibration in her voice. I can't take her for long either.
And the vocal fry gets out of hand
Mm,
sometimes. She thinks it's so quirky and cute, and it's just annoying. Just like when she mispronounces words and is
mm,
willfully ignorant of how to speak English.
mm.
With her, it's all
Don't.
over the Amberverse with her goral and moment and both and eggs and legs and all her ridiculous things that she says. And, we make fun of it and jest about it and stuff, but it is a huge sign of how she is, that she won't speak properly. She's going to make everybody accept her wrong verbiage because she's Amber and she can do what she wants,
Yeah,
and you're just gonna swallow it. And
yeah,
that's what I can't stand about her the most, is her smugness. And
yeah.
you're gonna watch my videos no matter what I do. It's like a big middle finger to the whole world. There's my
Man, that
communicator.
notification sound cracks me up. I have to try that myself next time. Do not let a day start with me bashing Amber.
I
Why
love
you
it.
guys do? I'm gonna have to post stuff. Remember, Tennielle, you probably remember when I was talking about I'm gonna do like auto suggestions. I'm gonna read them for everybody. Today is going to be a great day. Uh, Everybody that interacts with me is harmonious, and stuff like that. And I never did it. Maybe I should do that. But on this channel, don't listen to me about. I can take Amber in the morning. I did a couple of my reactions before work, and I got to work, and everybody got it from me that day. And just another, hey, quick question. Yeah, another quick question as opposed to all the long questions. Get out of my face. They all got it. I should have never done reactions before work. Never.
But it's not her, it's you. I find great joy in your reaction. And Amber annoys the shit out of me, but honestly, your reaction to her, I find energizing and positive and refreshingly familiar, as I will think, oh, shut up, lying. And you'll say, girl, you're just lying. And I'm like, yeah, see, we know when you're lying. It's so obvious.
Is Kelly sending you pictures already of her roast? What is going on?
No, this is Rachel. She's just
Oh,
I
okay.
seen her link and she's just finding out about our stream. So she's like, "Oh my goodness, I didn't realize you were on." And
Oh,
maybe
but I did
maybe
want to
we'll
say something here in case somebody, a bunch of people landed here from the other channel. I'm not strict with everybody. I'm not the perfect human being. I mean, look at me, listen to me, and listen to all the demons that I'm battling with that I talk about on this channel alone. Do not feel like you have to run 10 miles every day and quit smoking and quit drinking and quit all the unhealthy foods just because I have an authoritative voice when it comes to Amber. I'm doing this to Amber, not to anybody else. I love all of you guys and I respect everybody the way they are. And I know we're all battling our demons. Because I had people in the comment section go, I listen to your videos when I feel lazy, like I need a kick in the butt. And I don't want to be that person that, like, oh,
I
Sabina
don't
would have
live with
told me to
you.
do this or that.
It's not like I need a kick in the butt really, but I do find your energy energizing. A vital person
Okay.
vitalizes. And yeah, and you when I'm slow and tired and it's dark and it's 5 a.m. and I've got stuff I have to do, I'm not a morning person. I am
Right.
not at all a morning person. So getting up really early is a challenge for me every single time. But just the energy that you put into your videos, not even necessarily the subject matter, it's just being around you. A vital person vitalizes, and you are vitality itself, honey.
Mm. But
Love it.
sometimes it cracks me up. I'm like over there on the other channel, like Amber this, Amber that, and oh my gosh, please lie one more time or put another olive in your mouth. And then I go over to my channel and I say, oh my gosh, I had such a day at work. And then it's so sad. It's like so much difference, between the two. And then it's not energetic anymore at all. And then it's just pathetic.
Well, real life is hard. It's one thing to dip into, YouTube and react to somebody that you feel passionately about. It's another thing to share your real life, your real concerns, because we're not all happy all the time. We have more bad days than good days as a rule. It's not
Yeah.
easy to cope in the world that we're all living in right now. And there's so much responsibility, so little I don't want to say praise, but just acknowledgement of how hard we all struggle every day just to do
Yeah.
regular life. And it's not easy. So, a real life vlog is not going to be happy and upbeat and, everything's fine and I'm feeling great. That doesn't happen every day. Not for anyone. If they say they
Yeah.
do, it's not correct. They're
Yeah.
delusional because
I know.
life's hard. And, it sucks sometimes. And we all have to struggle through it. And we all have our crutches, if we have a drink or have a smoke or have a meal of comfort food, if we, all these different things that people do, that's not a fault necessarily. It's just, things people do. We're all
Yeah.
different. We all have different variety of coping mechanisms and crutches and everything because life is hard. It's
Yeah.
not easy.
That's
But
why Amber bugs me
wonderfully,
so much because we all deal with our obligations and everything, and she does not.
right, right. But wonderfully, we find each other.
Yeah.
Somehow in this
Yeah.
big universe, we've found each other. It's so fantastic. It's just a miracle, really, especially seeing as such wonderful people tend to get together around this really negative force. It's
Yeah.
almost like we're superheroes in the Amberverse.
Yeah. And
uh,
it always cracks me up. It's like she's in the middle of that whirlwind of,
uh-huh.
and she says several times over the last few years, she said that so much negativity
Aliyah,
is surrounding
Aliyah,
her channel. Huh?
Aliyah is
Holy
here.
smokes. Wait, Dana, thank you, English. I appreciate that. Aliyah, oh my gosh. Hi, everyone. Just woke up from a long.
Love you, love you, love you. Hello,
I'm
sweet
glad
spirit.
you,
I'm so glad
I'm
you're
so
here.
glad you,
Oh, how wonderful. I hope you're having a wonderful holiday. That's great. We were just talking about you.
and thank you for your
Wonderful.
Christmas card.
Yes, yes, I loved it. I sure did. Oh, I'm so glad you showed up. You're just one of my favorite people, Aliyah. I just love it. I'm so glad you're here. And me and Sabina have been trying to do this for like 5 years now, and we finally got together. So big hug, 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 hug.
Wait, which one? Which slide was it?
Yeah, this side. Yeah, oh, so wonderful.
And no pressure, but this is really easy, Aliyah.
No, no pressure. But if you want to talk, you can pop up as an avatar. You don't have to appear. You're always welcome. You're always welcome, but no pressure, of course. Um,
No, you
yeah,
are. You left such an impression just with being yourself, and we haven't
yes,
heard from
yes,
you in how long? And still, our hearts melt when we feel your
yes.
presence.
Yeah, we love you, Aliyah. We sure do. Always glad to hear from you. She is a blessing.
Yes.
Oh, she's going to change devices. All right. Yes, I'm so glad she showed up. Oh, all our friends are coming for our Christmas party. Sabina, we're having a great Christmas party.
Yes, we are.
I should have worn my Christmas hat or some
Wait, I
some
got my
some
thing
blinky.
somewhere.
Oh, she had Sabina. You had that Christmas necklace, didn't you, with the big lights on it?
Yeah, and I put it somewhere around here so that I can put it on, and now I can't see it. The whole thing is gone. A bag and a box.
Well, if it was me, I would know exactly where it went. A cat stole it. But since it's you, maybe
Now I brought it
Krampus
home
took
from
it.
work because I'm not gonna, when I get back, Christmas will be over. And so I brought it home and I put it somewhere in the vicinity of this desk. That is so strange.
Mm.
See, I got my antlers and the light bulb chain.
I had some light bulb earrings, but I didn't get out all my Christmas stuff this year. I think they're still packed.
Okay, that's weird.
Santa Claus snuck in and stole it.
Aha! The house doesn't lose anything.
She has found her Christmas supplies. All right.
Okay, so I don't know if I can keep this one on.
So cute. Oh, that's so cute.
And then I got my chain. My God, I'm feeling bad now. I didn't mean to pressure Aliyah.
Yeah.
Was that pushy of me?
Okay, how do I do this? Well, you're doing it. I can read you. Are you wanting to join? Do you send her a link, Sabina, just in case she wants to join? While you do that, I'm going to see if I can find my little holiday get up. I think I know where it's at.
Aliyah, I'm gonna send it to the email address that I responded to earlier. Reply. So when you get the email, just click on the link. Gosh, but I hope you don't feel pressured or anything. I didn't mean to sound pushy or anything. Pushy is good. I'd love to join. But be prepared on makeup. Who cares about makeup? It's your energy we're interested in. I'm readier for Halloween. I doubt it. You're beautiful inside and out. Ain't that right, Tennielle?
That is right. And don't argue with Sabina. She knows what's what. All right, let's see. I got the hat.
Oh, there you go. There
And
you go. Now it's Christmas. Mmm. I love it.
festive. Is it
Yay.
festive?
Oh, look. Now I can make mine blink too somehow.
Oh, yeah. Let's get to flashing, baby.
Yeah, my camera's gonna love that.
Oh, man. We are ready now. Now this is a holiday stream right now. Look how cute you are. Now, we would attract attention in this get up, I think. This would be, I need to take this so I can wear it to the Christmas market.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do people do that? Do they dress like little goodies?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, Germany is very, oh my gosh, there's Aliyah. Oh my gosh.
Oh, come on, Aliyah.
Oh,
Aliyah!
I love you.
You get to see all my
Oh,
wrinkles
look
up
at
close.
you. You look beautiful.
Hey, girl.
Oh,
Hi,
hugs, hugs, hugs.
Oh, the
Hugs.
lighting is terrible, eh? I'll back up. Oh, I have a little
Hello,
mic somewhere.
dear.
Hi, guys.
Oh,
It's so good to
hi.
see you.
So nice to see you all. Where? Oh, wait. If I go to YouTube now, I can. Ooh. Thank you. Oh, there's
It's
a
so
delay.
nice.
Okay. I have a
Are you-
delay. Do you?
A what?
I have a delay. Why is that? Oh, because I'm watching on YouTube. I should watch on.
StreamYard.
Oh, okay. Because I don't have the chat showing up on StreamYard. Okay, I got to figure that out.
The way I'm doing it is I'm looking at the chat on my phone.
Oh, okay. I got it. I got it here. I think I figured it out.
Oh,
Yeah, I think so. Finally, I'm getting there. Haven't done this one before. So this means, first of all, thank you, ladies, all so much for being so kind and welcoming and understanding and all of that. And I'm not going to cry because it's Christmas for you guys. So, but still, thank you. And what do I say? This means, Tennielle, that you now have workable Wi-Fi.
I know, right?
Oh yeah, because I remember you guys talked about this a lot, and you never had Wi-Fi that would work. Do it right.
Right. I got it. I finally got it. Our
cool.
neighborhood came into the 21st century, and I finally have Wi-Fi. So if ever you want to,
that'd be
the Losers Club can do another book club.
That'd be great.
That would be wonderful.
And Sabine, it's so nice to see you. I listen to your vlog. I don't comment because I'm afraid somebody's going to comment something nice back, and I can't handle mice at the moment, which is a whole crazy story. But it's so nice to see you because in your vlogs, like you got your little avatar or something else, but it's here you are. I hope you've been okay.
I always feel your presence in my heart. I always do.
You're very sweet. Thank you. And I know Kate is here also. Nice to see you. Well, I don't see you, Kate, but I'm glad you're here. I hope you ladies have all been okay.
Yes, it's worth the wait. You're always worth the wait, Aliyah.
Yeah, but in your own lives, that's so sweet of you to say, but in your own lives, I hope everything is going relatively good for you guys, and that you're okay.
Yeah. Living the dream over here in Germany. You know it.
Yeah.
My only son is expecting his only son. So I'm so excited.
Gosh, wow. I think he got married, didn't he, right?
Yes, it's almost 2 years ago. The baby is due like 3 days from their 2-year wedding anniversary.
Wow, that's a nice wedding anniversary present, isn't it? That's so exciting. Yes. And Kate, I hope you're keeping well. I know you're there, you're listening in, so I hope you're doing well too. This is really nice.
We've got a great group here today, as usual. Yeah. Sabine always attracts only the very best.
Yeah, I think I saw the name Lemon Tea or something. Oh, Kettlebell is around, or she was around a little while ago. That's so nice.
Yeah, she's cooking, but she's got us on the TV while she's cooking Christmas.
Oh, Lemon Tree, not Lemon Tea. Okay, that's so nice. You have nice people here. I'm glad for that. How is your sister, Sabine?
Hanging in there.
Okay. Sometimes hanging in is good,
Yeah.
If that's what you can handle, that's good.
But I said it earlier to Tennielle. Remember when earlier this year, like in January, I was like, I can just feel this year is going to be great. And then I was playing the song Just Fine by Mary J. Blige. And I actually felt like this year was going to be great. Like one good thing after another happening. Now it's December. What happened?
Maybe you have the date mixed up a bit, Maybe it's the coming year that's going to be terrific, right?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good about 2024 because it's an even number. It's not an odd number anymore.
Okay, that can make a difference.
I turned 47 this year, and 47 is my
did not.
Number. Yes,
Stop
I did.
With the lying.
And it's my lucky number. If you're a Star Trek fan, you'll know why, because they always use it as a random number. 47 is on Star Trek uncountable times. So 47's always been my lucky number. And this year I turned 47 years old. So I was like, this is going to be my year. This is going to be a great year. And really cool things have happened. My son is having his child this year. Oh, I'm just so excited. It's been a really good year.
Wow. You don't look 47. Wow.
Yeah.
You really don't. No. Then you're going to be a grandma.
I know.
That's so exciting.
I'm excited to spoil a little one rotten.
Yeah.
I wouldn't spoil mine. I was too busy training him. He had to grow up just right. I wouldn't spoil him. But the grandbaby, I'm going to spoil him rotten.
I get that. I really do. Okay, so guys, go on, continue with what you were talking about. I don't want to, what do you call it? There's a word for that, hog the stream or something like that.
Well, you don't get to ask us what happened in our lives and not share a little bit about yours.
Yeah, but this is supposed to be a happy stream. I've had a difficult ride, so
That's why I'm not saying all that much. No, but it's so good. It's so good to see you. And again, I'm not just saying this. I feel you in my heart all the time. I'm in my inbox and I see Aliyah, or when I go through my contacts and I see you, it always warms my heart. And even though you did not post, I knew you had explained it before. Sometimes you just can't deal with it, and I understand that. But the heart connection was always there.
That's very sweet. God bless you. Thank you.
It can be a year or a day. Everything's the same.
Rachel,
Thank
rinse,
you.
repeat. Hello.
Oh,
that's
Rachel.
so nice.
Love you, Rachel. Oh,
Hello, Rachel. Nice to meet you.
thank
Well,
you
I
for
don't
the
know.
Merry
I don't
Christmas.
know about the entertainment part, but it's good to have you here.
You ladies look entertaining. I've got something like those headgear things somewhere. I'm trying to remember where. Next time I should be prepared. Yeah,
Rachel and I are actually going to get to meet soon. We're setting up a meetup in the new year. So
cool.
we're looking forward to that. She's going to come and visit me, and I'm going to show her around Arkansas. It'll be fun.
Are you working now, Tennielle? Because
Yes,
think I
I
saw
am.
some. Yeah.
I'm cooking. I'm cooking in the evenings.
Okay. Wow. At
Yeah.
home, or you're doing that outside of the house?
In a restaurant. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Whoa. That's
Yeah.
demanding. You're enjoying it?
Not really, but
No?
it's good money.
Okay.
It's really close. I couldn't really pass it up. I don't really enjoy cooking. I just happen to be
no.
proficient at it. Yeah.
Ah.
I'll be too
Okay.
surprised when I say that. But yeah, I've
Okay.
cooked professionally for a lot of years, and then privately I do a lot of home cooking, and
Okay.
I don't like it. It's crazy, I know.
Do you ever find you like it? Like, I find that I most enjoy cooking if, let's say, I'm doing it for others and I know it's going to make them happy, or it's something they really
Yes.
enjoy. If it's just for me, it's still like, why bother, you know?
Yes. For example, at the baby shower, my daughter-in-law says she loves creme brulee. And they had an
Okay.
Italian restaurant near them that sold the best creme brulee, and they closed. And she's
Okay.
like, no, I have this craving for creme brulee and I can't find one. And I was like, I got you, baby.
Oh,
And I made
wow.
creme brulees for her baby shower. And
Oh.
so when I had my little blowtorch and I was
Yeah.
bruleeing the sugar, I was enjoying that because it was a gift and it was something she couldn't find elsewhere. I was very pleased to be able to provide that for her, because we all know when you're pregnant and you have a craving, there's just nothing quite like what you're craving. And when I first gave it to her, I was like, here you go. And she took a bite and she closed her eyes and was like, oh. I was like, yes. So that's where my enjoyment comes, is with
Right.
the others' enjoyment. But
Yeah.
the process itself, it's just work. Just another chore to me.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that one. I don't enjoy cooking. I know so many recipes and so many meals because my mom used to cook a lot, and she forced my sister and me to help. And then we got to peel the potatoes,
Right.
you know. But
Fun
a lot of
time.
it stuck, but I never got into enjoying it because my mom kind of took the joy out of
Well,
it.
maybe because your help was like what they do in the army to punish you. Just peel potatoes.
Yeah, exactly. Or I got to whip the whipped cream for when we had visitors over on Sundays, coffee and cake. And I got to whip the cream, and my mom kept insulting me by saying, you just do it the best of us all. And then I'm supposed to enjoy doing these things. Mm-mm. But I'm
Yeah.
the same way. I love to cook for somebody else, not just for me. But if it's for me and my sister, I like to do it.
Yeah, I receive great satisfaction from others being pleased by what I've cooked, but the process itself is not something I enjoy. Although I'm sometimes very meticulous about it, because I want it right.
Right.
But it's not like some people really have a joy in the kitchen.
Yeah.
My joy comes after the serving, when others are enjoying the fruits of my labor.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just, to me, it's just work. But maybe because I've done it so much professionally, that it's taken that out of it. Because
Maybe.
I cook dozens and dozens of meals every day. So it's just, it's not the same as when you decide to cook and you gather your ingredients and you turn on your music and you're enjoying yourself in the kitchen and stuff. That's not really me. I'm doing it to get it done.
Okay. Yeah, Lemon Tree too just commented, right, that she's happy to do it because her son loves his cooking. Her cooking. His mama's cooking.
Yeah.
I think
why was the cook cruel? Because they beat the eggs and whipped the cream.
Oh, okay.
And they say
Yeah.
never trust a skinny cook.
No.
You should always have a cook with some meat on
That's
the
so true,
bone.
right? Yeah.
Don't trust a skinny cook.
Yeah. Sabina, you mentioned the peeling the potatoes for your mom. And my mom always used to send me to go get our potatoes because my parents had under the stairs going down into our basement. My father had built sort of like a cold room because it was basement level, and he had sort of like one of these big, like a huge wooden crate in there. And in the fall, we drive out to the farmers near our house, and we would buy these big. I can't. Well, it doesn't matter what kind of fabric it was, but these big satchels of potatoes, like 50-pound bags.
Burlap.
We'd come home. Thank you, burlap. And we'd come home with like 200 pounds of potatoes, and they would go into the cold room that my father had sealed off with styrofoam, and it was right up against the cold cement of the foundation. So my mother would send me down there to go get a pot of potatoes, except that it was dark in that little space. There was no light. It was just the ambient light behind me in the basement, And I knew there would be like little spiders in there, and I hated that job. But the only kid that was my job. Go down, get the potatoes, And I thought, I'll do anything else. I don't want to get the potatoes. And there's a lot of potatoes, right? In like particularly Sabine, do you find that in like European cooking, potatoes feature quite significantly now? Yeah. Oh boy, not my favorite job.
American cooking, we feature corn, a lot of cornmeal, corn tortillas, cornbread. Corn is in many dishes. The corn, the polenta kind of, hot cereal. Lots of corn in American cooking, I think.
Yeah.
In Southern cooking, we batter everything and deep fry it, and you can either have a flour batter or a corn batter, depending on what the item is. But I didn't realize how heavily corn-based the American diet is. But if you add in high fructose corn syrup, we're all eating hundreds of pounds of corn every year.
Wow, yeah.
Lots of corn in our diet.
Yeah. What I still miss, what I still haven't found over here in Germany? I used to love the Krispy Kreme donuts filled with cream, and they were sugar glaze. They just opened up a Dunkin' Donuts, but they don't have them.
The same.
No.
Yeah. I remember as a child going to the Krispy Kreme store, and they had a glass wall, and you could see the donuts being made. They come down the little conveyor belt and go into the grease and flip over, go into the glaze, and you could get one hot off the line, And I remember seeing that as a child and being just like, oh, amazed at the donut factory, and they were so good. Just melt in your mouth, delicious, especially hot off of the bakery line like that.
Yeah. Corn isn't common in UK cooking. I'm not sure about the rest of Europe. No, not so much in Germany either.
I've realized that. Yeah. Kate was telling me she has a hard time finding cornmeal. She's got a couple recipes from me. Was going to make cornbread and stuff, but she has a real hard time just finding basic cornmeal, which is a staple. Everybody I know keeps a bag of cornmeal in their pantry. We all use it for lots of different things. And I was surprised to find out that corn is not, that's an American thing.
Yeah, when I've looked for cornmeal here, when we went through like a patch where my eldest son, who's now 23, wanted to do some bread baking, and so they'll sometimes suggest you put like cornmeal on the bottom of the bread, right, so it doesn't stick to the pan. It took a while to find that cornmeal. Like it's not so commonly in our grocery stores over here in Canada. It's not a real fixture of anybody's side, I don't think.
Right.
And like I've never had anybody that I know make a recipe like for polenta. It's only when I've gone through, let's say, like international cookbooks or things like that I come across those recipes, and I thought, hey, that'd be fun to try. But I've never been served it anywhere, even as a kid going to other people's homes or stuff. Nothing like that,
Yeah.
So I guess it's very much an American.
Yeah, it's kind of like grits. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, let me ask you ladies something, because I can't do it right now because my camera is in front of it. Would you like for me to put your channel names, the links to your channel, in the description box of this live stream?
Sure. Go ahead. That'd be great.
All
I'm gonna
right.
try to come back and post soon. I know I've said that before, but I'm getting a little bit more disciplined with myself now, doing the things that I find hard. So
Girl, I've been
Yeah.
terrible lately. I have not posted anything but like a weekly cat video at most.
yeah, you
I've
have
just
a new cat now. I saw that, right?
I've got my 5 that I
Wasn't there a cat that was visiting you or something like that?
Willow was around for a
Yeah,
while.
Willow.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
okay.
gone now. Yeah, he's not with us anymore. But
Oh,
he was an old man, and we gave him a fine retirement. He was taken care of for the last about 2.5 years. We had him,
wow.
and he was well cared for in his golden days.
That's nice, isn't
Good.
it? Yeah.
Yeah, I was glad to be able to help him. I wasn't ever able to catch him and take him to the vet, but we've provided him good shelter and good high quality food and water. And I was able to slip like worming medicine and flea medicine into his food.
That's
So
nice.
he was able to have a comfortable retirement.
That's so beautiful. Wow.
He was a good guy. I liked Willow.
That really reflects your very kind and loving heart, you know? It really does.
It felt like the right thing to do when he came up. He hid in the bushes for several weeks, and it took a long time to earn his trust. I
Yeah.
eventually did, and he would let me pet him.
Wow.
I could pet him all over his whole body, and that's kind of rare with a feral animal. And
Yeah,
I was really proud of the fact that he was able to trust me.
for sure. You should be.
It
That
took a
means a
long
lot.
time, but yeah, trust takes a long time.
Yeah, and you let him come to you. That's what I noticed when you
Mhm.
filmed it. You let him come to you and not like, really go for him and make him take a few steps back.
And there's something you can do with feral animals, you especially cats. I don't know about dogs so much, but if you look at them and make eye contact, if you
Yeah.
slow blink your eyes, then they feel more trusting towards
Yeah.
you. I don't know if it's a symbol with cats or whatever, but I've noticed that if a cat is looking at you intensely and you kind of just blink long blinks, they'll relax all over their body. They know
Yeah.
that
Interesting,
you're
eh?
not going to do anything bad to them.
Maybe animals
Merry
like
Christmas, Amanda.
Merry Christmas. Oh, I love the
Jazz
way
has a
your
cat.
name is written. That's a beautiful font. That's so pretty. Oh, does it mean I love you?
Oh.
I'm thinking too, let's say, like with animals, like because they will maintain really steady, focused eye contact when they come upon something where they're in an unfamiliar situation or they come across another animal. If you demonstrate that you will close your eyes and keep them closed for a brief second, even, then they realize you're making yourself maybe a little bit more vulnerable, and therefore
Yeah.
you don't have, harmful intent towards them.
Yeah,
Maybe
and
they
we're not,
interpret that
it's,
body language that way too.
yeah,
I don't know.
maybe not a submissive thing, but a not dominant thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to hug both. I got my arms out here. I just want to hug both of you. Look at me. I'm the cream and the cookie over here.
Yeah, I wished I could get a little closer to Aliyah, but I can't. StreamYard has. Wait, there are different settings. No. Yeah, a little bit. Hey.
Oh,
Great.
you see the messy office back here.
Oh, no. Yeah, no.
Oh, you have such pretty lights in your room there, Sabine.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
would like to
they're
say
so-
they're the Christmas lights, but they're up all year round. I just love them.
Yeah, I kind of like that trend that sometimes people have, like these pretty Christmas lights, especially like around, let's say, their back porches or like wherever it is they sit, or they're inside, like in their happy place, their little happy corner, or wherever it is they like to go. I mean, they're such pretty lights. I mean, it always lifts my spirits when I see something like that, no?
Lighting
Yeah.
is so important. See, as a receptionist, I sit under such bright lights. It's just horrible. It just attacks your senses. And so when I get home, I don't need bright lights everywhere.
No, you want something more calming and restful, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Amanda calls them fairy lights, and that's what Kate calls them too. I love that term, fairy lights. That's so sweet. I love it. I
Yeah.
love so many things that English European people say, like dishwashing liquid they call fairy suds or fairy soap or something. Like, so cute. I love that. So many
Yeah.
little just common
Good night,
sayings
Kate. Merry
that I
Christmas to
love.
you. So good to see you or hear from you. Bye, sweetheart.
Bye, Ray.
Nice meeting you too, Ray. You're welcome to come on over to my channel anytime. It's just mostly cats.
And Aliyah. Aliyah too.
Bye,
Aliyah
Kate.
too.
Take good care, take good care, dear. Is that Ray or Roy? I don't have glasses on. I'm
Ray.
trying to stay further away from the screen because I see when I get there, I kind of like get ghosty because of the overhead lights here. So, Ray.
It's
Hello,
Ray.
Ray. Happy holidays to you. Fairy lights and fairy liquid. Yeah, I think I've heard on a few British shows a few people say like washing up liquid or something like that.
Yeah.
Or the dishwashing soap.
They say washing up instead of doing the dishes. We say doing the dishes, and they
Mhm.
say washing up. There's so many different things like that. That's what I love differences. It makes everything interesting. I love it.
Yeah.
And different slang terms for everyday things that you don't realize other people don't use the exact same terminology as you always have, you know.
Yeah.
It's really interesting.
Yeah, that's kind of the beauty, isn't it? Like of the internet and YouTube and like apps and platforms like StreamYard, where you can connect with people all over the world and meet them.
Yes,
And
look
you
at
never would
us.
have had that opportunity otherwise. And you learn all about them and their cultures and what they like and enjoy. And it's a real wonderful thing.
And we're in 2 different countries, the 3 of us.
Yeah.
And sharing a Christmas time, a holiday time.
Yeah.
Did you have a happy Hanukkah, Aliyah? Was everything nice for you?
Yeah, it was. It was.
Holiday?
Thank you very
Nice.
much. Yeah. What my favorite thing about that is lighting like either the candles or the oil, and you have these beautiful little flames at night. You know, the tiny
Love
little
it.
lights that kind of light up your world. I really enjoy that very, very much.
The
But
festival of lights.
yeah, but I mean, having grown up Christian, I really miss the fact that we don't have the same kind of pretty colorful lights that I grew up with, because in my parents' home, I mean, I was the only child, and maybe they started that for me, but we kept it going all the years until my mom passed away. Then my dad didn't want to decorate anymore, but we had Christmas decorations throughout the house in every single room. Like we had 4 different Christmas trees, and then my father would buy every year, because he had built a large deck outside of we had like a kitchen dining room area. It was an open space. And it had big, large sliding glass doors. So we would go every year, and we would go to like some of the farmers that sold the Christmas trees, and we would buy a big one, and he would like mount it with strings, and like he would put some sort of a platform underneath, and he would balance it on the back balcony, and that too would get decorated with lights and a couple of little plastic ornaments that we would find. I think like at the 5 and dime, right? It wasn't a dollar store, it was a 5 and dime. And so we even had a Christmas tree outside the door where we would sit there, So that's something that I miss a little bit, like all of those pretty colorful lights everywhere you looked,
Yeah, I'm a sucker for multicolored lights. Yeah, I'm always. I like white lights. They're beautiful, and they're so. I don't know. They just seem so nice and classy and fancy. But I guess I'm a kind of a gaudy girl, because I love all the flashy, bright colors. I love them all.
Yeah, they're very, very pretty, eh?
Yeah.
Amanda says, our accounts mentioned on the menorah. Yes, Amanda. Yeah, I grew up Christian, but I became Jewish, oh boy, I don't know, well over a quarter century ago. And so, yeah, we light our menorahs, and they're really, really beautiful.
That's wonderful. You're so classy.
I'll bet they are, Kate. I'll bet they are. In their own way, I'll bet they are. Oh, it's not pretty. What is this?
No,
well, I almost read that out loud. I think not. Okay.
There's the dish.
That is
There's
beautiful.
the tub, and it's beautiful, but it has a secret inside, like me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see that one, yeah.
Rachel gave that to me. Thank you again, Rachel. I use it every day. It makes me feel so classy.
But that
Oh,
it is beautiful though, isn't it? Like the design on the plate and the cup is
yeah.
so
You know,
nice.
I fancy peacocks.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's got
gorgeous.
the peacocks.
It really
Yeah.
is. Is that sort of like a not quite a? I always say taupe green. I don't know if you use a different color, but like that is kind of like a soft
A
olivey green
teal,
in the
like a
background,
teal,
or hey?
like a teal green.
Okay, I
Mm.
see it better now. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that is beautiful. Really, really
I've
pretty.
got a lovely peacock right here
Oh wow. Oh, that's
that Carabelle
gorgeous.
Oh,
gave me.
wow.
It's
Wow.
a
Beautiful.
beautiful little thing. Look at that tail.
That is stunning. Yeah.
Lovely little guy. Bell sent this to me, and he opens
Oh, look
so
at
you can.
that.
What
That
is
is
that then? What is it?
gorgeous.
It's got a tiny little compartment in here, not big enough for anything really. Maybe a little pill or something. Just a
Yeah.
little hidey hole.
Oh, just to be a container.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just opens like
nice.
that.
Beautiful.
So pretty.
Hide a little treasure in there, right?
Yeah. I don't know what. I don't have any little treasure, but it's a treasure on its own.
It's beautiful. Yeah.
Yes, I get all kinds of pretty little stuff from my friends. I think here's one I want to share. This is what little Ozzy sent me.
Oh,
Oh,
that's so beautiful.
It
I
says,
love
love you
you
to
to
the
the
moon and
moon and
back.
back.
yes, it's
And how
beautiful.
how the angel's holding the little heart there, and the
Yes,
little heart has like a little rhinestone in
a
it
little
too, right?
diamond,
Oh, that's
yes.
beautiful.
Her hair as well has the little rhinestone.
Yeah. Oh,
She's
that's
a beauty.
beautiful.
And I keep her in a little glass
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
under a little glass dome
so she
there.
doesn't get
Yeah,
dusty. She's a beauty.
yeah.
And I
Very
keep
sweet.
it close to me, so I'm always reminded of our little.
How is she?
She's doing okay. She hasn't been really active online because she's been real busy herself. She's becoming an adult, so you know how it is, getting done with school and getting started with life. And as with all of us, she's had a few little bumps in the road, but she's working with that as best she can, like we all do.
Yeah.
She's okay. She's doing okay. I
Yeah.
hope she sees this. Maybe when this goes up, I'll send her a link afterwards, and maybe she can check it out. I tried to send a link earlier, but it didn't go. Maybe I'll try again.
Mm.
Sometimes, see, I have good Wi-Fi, but the Wi-Fi calling is not great. So sometimes I have to turn off the Wi-Fi calling, and if I want to text or call, I have to do it on my regular internet that's here, and it's not good. So sometimes I
Oh,
get,
okay.
yeah, it's a little.
I wonder, I mean, I don't know how the technology of Wi-Fi works, but I wonder if it's influenced a bit by, let's say, demand. Because let's say, I know, like here in Montreal, Quebec, we get like a lot of, windy and heavy winter storms sometimes. And, Quebec supplies hydroelectric power to a lot of the states in the U.S., right? I mean, that's one of, let's say, the main, I can't think of the word right now, but things that, let's say, we export out is electricity. And yet, if you have a big storm, our systems are enough to handle it until, let's say, you get to around supper time when everybody comes home from work or school and people who've been working start running their dryers and the ovens are on, then sometimes that's when we will get the blackout. So I wonder, let's say, if certain hours, if there's, let's say, a greater load on the Wi-Fi network, maybe that then affects your ability to connect,
I think you're right. The bandwidth only carries so many devices at one time. I think you're right that the time of day or the activity of other users may affect it. But we are in the middle of nowhere, and there's nobody else around. So I don't know whether it's just bad signal or if it's a busy time, or sometimes I think maybe the weather can affect it a little bit. I'm not sure, but the way I got Wi-Fi, because it took a long time, and I think that the reason it happened is COVID and the remote learning for the kids at school. A lot of rural children did not have access. So if you were out of school for COVID, and they were doing remote learning, there were many students that would have to bus to a library or
Oh,
other
wow.
facility because they did not have, not only did they not have the Wi-Fi, they didn't have a computer.
Right.
So over the last few years, there have been some government initiatives to make sure the rural areas get high-speed internet service available, and that lower income houses with school-age children will have, access to at least a tablet or something that they can do their
Mm.
schoolwork on. And I think some of the schools were issuing, laptops and stuff that you could use for your schoolwork and, stuff like that. So I think that really played a major part in, it was our electric co-op that put in a fiber network that allowed us to have the rural Wi-Fi.
Yeah. That makes sense for sure. And I
But
think
Ours goes out once in a while, and I'm in the city. I'm hooked up like with the cable, like the Ethernet cable,
Mhm.
but that internet goes out every once in a while.
Hmm.
And we exchanged the modem earlier this year, and still it does it. It's a mystery to me how I haven't dropped off yet.
Wow.
Well, it's been pretty good since we got it. I've had no complaints other than the Wi-Fi calling is not optimal. But, if I turn that off, I usually can at least text, or if I stand in a certain place and hold my mouth just right, I can make a phone call. But yeah, I'm so pleased to have real good high speed internet, because I haven't been able to do this kind of thing. And this is lovely having you
Yeah,
guys on here with me. That's so wonderful.
It probably
yeah.
it helps too to feel a little less isolated sometimes if you want to connect with somebody,
Mhm.
that you can
Definitely.
not only, let's say, text or like call them, but when you can then make use even on your phone now, right, with your Wi-Fi. If you
Mhm.
want to be in touch with your son or your daughter-in-law, you can see them on the phone, and
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we can
that's
share a lot
nice.
more. Yeah, and they just
And this is
it was
so easy. It amazed me because I hadn't done a live stream I think in a whole year.
Wow.
I checked earlier and it said that I did a Christmas stream last year. But
oh wow.
you go to StreamYard and then you send the link to somebody else, and the settings are so easy. It is amazing.
Yeah, it's so simple. And you remember back when we were young and they were talking about video calls and stuff as being something of the future, and you see like sci-fi movies and people are doing what we're doing now, really basically doing
Yeah.
an interactive video call, and it's like, we're never going to have video phones in my lifetime or whatever, and here we are.
Yeah,
And it's
that's
Yeah.
very
just
true.
commonplace and everybody does it. It's no big deal. And we're
Yeah.
having international Christmas together. To me, it's a miracle. It's a wonder. I
It
love it.
is. It really is. You're right.
Yeah, that never ceases to amaze me when people say hi from Saudi Arabia. Or
Yeah.
Dirk, you frequently comments on this channel here, not the other one, from Paris. And I'm thinking, okay, France is not really far away from here, but still, he's in Paris.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing where people come from. I love learning about different places and the different cultural things. That just fascinates me. I
Yeah,
love hearing about other people's lifestyles and cultures and stuff.
yeah. Or the ladies from, gosh, what's her name? Tiger on Vaseline or something like that. She frequently comments on my other channel and this one too here. And under Mr. Snowflake's video, she did. These two ladies are so funny. They crack me up when they do their short reacts to Amber. I just start crying. That's how hard I laugh because they have that dry, British humor.
Hmm. And they have great comments too. I often see Tiger on Vaseline in your comments,
Yeah,
and they're great. They're
yeah,
fantastic. Always real succinct and very
yeah,
on point and funny.
yeah,
They're funny.
yeah,
And their names
yeah.
are
They're my
Tiger and Vaseline.
Tiger
Tiger
on
on.
Vaseline.
Oh, Tiger
That
and
is,
Vaseline.
and her name is Ruth, and then there's another one, Mavis, and gosh darn it, that's Karen, and they're both a thing. They live together. I can't remember the other one's name. Gosh darn, I can't see anything. My camera is in front of my monitor here. I can't see my tabs. Yeah, but no, I'm glad that we know how to do it and how easy it is. And Tennielle, you could have on your tablet, you could have hosted it too. It would have been
Yeah,
so
yeah.
easy.
I'm feeling much more confident about trying to do this on my channel myself.
Yeah,
Maybe we might even get like a bi-monthly stream or something like that, and I can do it regularly, and we can get together
yeah,
and chat like this. I love this. This is fantastic.
That'd be so nice.
yeah.
So Sabine, it's later at night for you, right? It's it's after midnight for you now, right?
No, it's almost 11.
It's almost 11. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's not even 5 o'clock here yet. Yeah, that's right. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm mixing it
It's
up.
almost 4 here. I'm at 3:49 or 3:50.
Yeah,
something
you're
like
Central Time, right, Tennielle? I
that.
think in the
Yes,
States?
Central
Yeah,
Time.
yeah.
Oh, that's why you're 7 hours and Sarah is 6 hours apart from me.
Yeah,
So,
she's East, I think. Yeah, and I'm Central.
so Tennielle, do you have any of your family joining you and Seth tonight, or are you joining anybody else? Or
We did all of that yesterday, so it's
okay,
just us today.
okay,
And we've already got the Chinese food takeaway delivered, and I'm not cooking.
okay. Sounds
Yay!
If you're going to have food, if you're going to get a takeaway on Christmas, it's going to be Chinese food. Everywhere else is closed. But yeah, we're prepared to just have our little, just me and him Christmas, or it's always us because we have 5 cats, so it's always a crowd around here.
yeah.
They'll get their special seats. Kel Bell has Norma Jean on a subscription
Oh
of these
wow.
special little gooey treats that she adores. And so
Oh
everybody will get one. She actually sent them for everybody, but I reserve them for Norma Jean because she's special. And
yes.
she has
Yes.
a little bit of trouble with the hard cat food since she's gotten, up in her years. And she doesn't really like wet cat food enough to eat enough to really fill
Get
her up.
her. Yeah.
She'll lick it a little bit and then she'll take a little nibble, but she doesn't eat a significant amount. She still does eat quite a bit of dry cat food, but I use those little soft treats to supplement her because they're high in calories. So I try to give her one a day. But at Christmas, everybody gets one. So
That's nice.
Hi,
yeah,
Kelville.
this
Happy
is
holidays to you. So good to
Aunt
see you.
Aunt Kelly. She's my kitty cat's aunt, and she has a fur baby Sasha, and they're cousins. So
That's
we're
sweet.
all family around here.
That's a nice name, Sasha. I like that.
She's a pretty cat. Oh goodness, she's a pretty girl.
Yeah.
And of course, a rescue animal. Kelly's so good about giving good homes to needy babies.
What did I miss? Who's the Jamaican lady?
Oh, that's Girl Please, the reaction channel on Chantel.
Yeah.
Girl Please. And she's
Yeah.
from Jamaica. I don't know what her actual name is. She just has that screen name, Girl
Oh,
Please.
okay. Okay.
But yeah, she's from Jamaica. And she has a heavy Jamaican patois. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
And she's speaking English, but it's their way of speaking English. And she's fantastic. She has a great laugh. And she takes Chantel to task. I mean, she tells her what, and I love it. She's great.
So does what's his name? Girl World Ireland.
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh
God.
yeah. No hold bars with that guy. Is I love the way
I would love to do a live stream with him. We are
I
so on
like
the
him
same page.
too.
Only I don't dare to curse as much as he does.
Oh, I know. He just lets it all out. He just says whatever pops in his mind. I love the way he gets totally distracted by his dog. Oh, he'll be talking and he'll be saying and then blah blah blah, and then his dog comes in the room and everything stops, and he talks to his dog and it's all about his dog. I love that so much. He just
Yeah.
drops Chantel and talks to the dog. I love it. And I like the guy. You guys have to realize Tyler. You guys
Tyler,
have to
I
realize.
love him. Yeah.
I'm crazy about him. And I love his edits. He puts so much hard work in his original music. And
The singing alone and the rapping. I mean, come
yes,
on.
Yes, he's great. I enjoy his
He
videos.
told me what software he's using, and I don't know if I'm ready for any of that. Creating my own music, and I
Yeah.
don't have a singing voice. I would most likely just rap. But what he told me, I opened it and I was like, okay, there's too much technology going on, and I'm out. But
You could
yeah,
rap
it's
in German, Sabina, and then you could be rapping about, soft, cuddly kitties, and you'd sound all hard, 'cause everybody thinking it's gangster rap, and you're just talking about sweet little puppies and stuff.
yeah. But see, I used to rap. I love to write raps, and I can write them in English and in German, and they're hilarious. But then to deliver them and then to use them for an intro or whatever, because I'm gonna have to make other intros. Like when I do the music reactions, it's gonna have to be a different intro than my Amber React videos or Chantal and so I'm gonna have to learn how to do that.
Hey, I was going to ask you, Sabina, did you get a chance to check out some of the Joseph Campbell videos? Um,
I think out of the 5 hours, I got up to three, and
did
then
you enjoy that?
huh?
Did you enjoy that? Did you enjoy
Yes, I
his?
did. Yes,
Okay,
I
good.
did.
Good.
Because he's taken it on a totally different level than other people that I've listened to, talk about the meaning of life or the lessons of life. He's explaining it in a totally like fresh to me way.
Yeah, yeah.
But the problem was I had to fill in so much, and so I listened to it on my way to work and back. But then I made it to the 3rd hour, and then I kept thinking, "How did he get there?" And so I started it over, and so I kept starting over, and so I still haven't made it all the way to the I think it was 5 hours or something, right?
Yeah. It was
Yeah,
a it was a
I like it.
series of interviews. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if anybody's wondering what we're talking about, it's Joseph Campbell. He
Yes. Mhm.
he wrote many books. He was very interested in folklore around the world and the way that different peoples come up with similar stories. The Hero with a Thousand Faces is one of his books. The Hero's Journey is another. And there's just so many similarities that, there's a lot of different theories about that. Like, did the stories go with agriculture or the herding, and they changed and stuff, but they're the original stories? Or did they actually, the different groups of people, invent similar stories? And he goes deeply into just like the basic hero's journey. That's going to be a story of all time, of all people, because it's how we confront what we're worried about, what we're scared about, what we want out of life, things like that. And
Very-
you
yeah.
go later in life, he got into how he feels like some of the problems that are happening in our world now are because we don't have heroes. We
Yeah.
don't have these legends, these tales that
Yeah.
tell us how to act in different situations and how to build character and to overcome our personal challenges. I just love him. I can listen to Joseph Campbell
Yeah.
endlessly. I really
So
enjoy him.
relaxing and interesting and fascinating at the same time.
And Bill Moyers did the interviews that I linked to you. Now, I'm not really a fan of his. I don't really like Bill Moyers. He reminds me of an evangelist, and I just, he gives me a weird vibe, and I just don't like him. But um, he did a great interview with Joseph Campbell, because Joseph would just take the ball and run with it and tell you so many interesting things. And he had such an interesting life, and all his experiences and the way he incorporated those into his view on life. And I love the way he looks at like aging and how
Yeah.
we, cope with that and everything. I like his style.
Yeah, and not
Um,
trying to fit into the system, that fascinated me the most, and that he
right.
never made any compromises concerning that, but that he went his own way.
Yes. He said, I am a maverick. I've lived the life of a
Yeah,
maverick.
yeah,
And he will often be quoted as saying, follow your bliss. So you
yeah,
find what it is that brings you joy and
yeah.
you follow that, and then you'll have a joyful, fulfilling life. Instead of just
Exactly.
working to make money, you find what you're passionate about, what you really feel strongly about, and you follow that, and then the
Yeah.
doors will open for you along
Yeah.
those lines.
Yeah. And a lot of people that I've read over the decades now said the same thing, like Dr. Joseph Murphy, Dale Carnegie. So many said the same thing. And I kept thinking, yeah, this rings true to me, but I didn't follow it.
Right.
I didn't follow it. Yeah, I figured my parents are right when they say you gotta find a safe job
Yeah.
where you make the most money possible, and where they can't just let you go unless you do something, to justify that. And I kept listening to that. Here I am at 55, still having a job, that I don't stand behind anymore, not what the company does. But just really quick, Lemon Tree, shame Amber never took Miami up on her offer. I think so too. Miami is such an
Me
incredible
too.
person. Her real name is Ruth, and I chatted with her for a while, and she is hilarious. And she would have mixed things up on Amber's channel if she had gone for it. If not as a, I don't know, as a girlfriend, then maybe as a paid caretaker.
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
mean, that girl was hilarious.
Yeah, I think she would have
Uh,
done Amber a lot of good as a paid
yeah,
caretaker. She would have shown her a lot of truth and
yeah,
helped her like see her situation for what it is
yeah,
instead of
and
what
she's
she.
intelligent too. That would have, like, upped the IQ
Yeah.
in Amber's vlogs a little bit from 90 to, I don't know.
I'm thinking more like 63.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. Right there on that line. Yeah, I love the Joseph Campbell work, his work, and could talk
Yeah,
about it endlessly. I love the way that he says that each of us, um, he 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 explains that eternity is not a length of time. It's not forever. It's not any time at all. It's now, right here, this moment we're in right now, the moment we are sharing together. This is eternity. You're always in this moment of now. We have a past, we have a future, but we're always right here. And we should be present and enjoy this and recognize it and appreciate it for what it is. It's our life. Everything that took us to get here and everything we'll do after this, but this is our eternity here, and find our joy here, right here. And he says it's so sad to him that so many people cannot find their bliss. And it's to him like a man dying of thirst standing next to a crystal clear
yeah,
stream. He need
yeah,
only bend over and drink, but
yeah,
won't do it, but just
yeah,
will be held back by others and by society and by the different things we put all around us that cage us in. And he tries to teach you how to open that cage and release that dragon and conquer our own fears so that we can live a full, wonderful life without fear, be our
yeah,
authentic selves and enjoy that and what it means. And
yeah,
he helped me a lot. And also my cats, strangely enough, help me live in the moment. They don't think about the past. They don't think about the future. They're contented with just now. And of course,
yeah,
we have to plan for our future. We have responsibilities, and our past shapes us. But I think all of us could benefit by being more in the moment and more conscious of the now and the beauty of the moment right here. And I definitely am here with you lovely women and everybody that's in the chat. This is a beautiful eternity we are experiencing. I
yeah.
love it.
Yeah.
It is. And I wanted to say something else because I recently re-listened to the song "Crazy" by Seal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he says something that touched me so deeply. Again, it did the first time I listened to that song, but I can't find that part. And yet, uh, something like, in a world full of people, only someone to fly. Isn't that crazy? And to fly meaning wanting to be free, wanting to follow your passion and your um what drives you, like, listen to your heart. And only a handful of people want to do that. It is crazy. So
Hmm.
many millions or almost billions of people just try to fit in, just to make that money, just to pay the bills.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah. Like
sad.
Amanda commented that seems like a lot of discontent stems from a fear of lack.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, and he addresses that as well as like the thing where he says like unlocking your dragon, releasing your dragon. He says, think about it. What does a dragon hoard?
Yeah.
Gold and virgins. In
Yeah.
folklore, they protect, they guard, they hoard gold and virgins, and they cannot enjoy either. They cannot receive the vitality of either the gold or the maidens. They have no way to experience what those can provide, and yet they hoard them and they damage others that get near them, and they don't want any other to have that. They just hoard it for the sake of hoarding it, to keep it away from others. And I think a lot of people are like grasping at something they can't use. They're hoarding up something that's no good for them, and they should release that and find the thing that is good, that fills their heart, that they can receive the value from. Because a lot of us covet things and want things that do not improve our lives and do not make us more vital and more, loving of life and loving of ourselves and other people. That we just hoard up material, kind of like Amber, buying and shopping and getting all this stuff, and she's still miserable, and she's surrounded by junk that does her no good. It's just a distraction. We got to figure out our own secret heart and be true about that.
Almost
hard.
like
It's
they
hard to take a
can't
look at
enjoy
yourself
because
sometimes,
they're
yeah.
afraid of losing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I realized that with my current job, how many people just what they don't like, not all of them, but some of them don't like their job, but they desperately hold on to it so that they can continue to make the car payments for a car that they only need because
the
they need,
job.
Of the job.
it is just a crazy
It's a
cycle.
shame.
And to have all these people, this was so helpful to me since the pandemic started, to have these people in front of me and all of them expressing their fears of, what exactly, like I have 7 kids. What am I going to do when I get fired here? And so he has to hold on to the job, even though he doesn't like how employees are being treated by the employer. So the loyalty goes to somebody that it shouldn't go to just because he has mouths to feed. It's crazy.
It is. It's a messed up system that does not put the human being at the center.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I thought we had made it. That's. I don't want to keep going on about that, but that's what really got to me. The fact that in the last decades that I've been looking at what humanity is doing, and how employers treat. Like I even worked for Walmart and Target in the States. That is modern slavery.
Yes.
That is just
Agreed.
unbelievable how they think they can treat their employees. That's why I didn't stay there for over a year. But it just continues. It doesn't stop. And it kind of disillusioned me to see what my employer does to so many people worldwide. It is not just in Germany, they're doing it worldwide.
And thinking how much good could be done if they just changed their ways a little bit. Like,
Yes, and I've kind of been hoping that humanity has changed for the better. Like all those bankers that offed themselves like a few years ago because they realized these are just numbers that are input in a computer and people actually work for that money. And so they sell their energy and their time in order to work for money that was invented in a that was typed into a computer. It is insane.
it is.
But it's Christmas.
Wow. 'Tis the season.
It's the season.
Yeah, we're just gonna have a new year. Everything's gonna have a new feel in this new year, and I have positive vibes for the new year. I think it's gonna be a good one. I'm gonna get to meet my grandson. Woo!
Wow,
I'm
that's
excited.
exciting. Oh, wow. I'm so happy for you. Please, God, everything goes well. The delivery goes well. The little guy's happy. Your daughter-in-law recovers. Your son adjusts.
Yes.
Because that's an adjustment. Yep.
It is.
It's a blessing, but whoa, it's a big one. Yeah.
I think they'll be great parents. They're very practical. They're very level-headed. I think they'll be really good parents.
They're gonna do great.
I think so too.
That's exciting.
I was just telling Sabine earlier, Aliyah, that whenever I gave them the baby shower, their most requested gift was, could you please bring a book, a children's book that you love, either one you loved as a child or one you love to read to a child. So do you have a favorite off the top of your head?
Oh, wow. Oh, you're asking me
Yes.
if I have a favorite book? Oh, I'd have to think
Children's
about
book.
that.
Yeah. Children's book.
I have to think about that one. Yeah. I'll get back to you. I have to think of that one. But yeah.
I remember reading The Giving Tree by Shel Silverstein to my son and just loving it so much. And that was my favorite book. And then a bit more advanced would be the Secret Garden, which was the first like real book I read as a child.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thanks. I got my handsome husband handing me drinks.
Isn't that sweet? Santa's taking good care of Mrs. Claus, eh?
Yes, he
That's
is.
so sweet. Yeah, no, we read like a lot of like Jewish stories and stuff like that to our kids. So I'm trying to think more like mainstream, you know. So that's why it's going to be a little longer.
I would love to hear Jewish stories. We always read lots of Bible stories to our kids, and many of them were Old Testament. So I'm sure we're both familiar. You know, Moses and Noah's Ark and the Garden of Eden, you know, all of those stories.
No, Grimm's fairy tales. That's what I answered earlier when Tennielle
Grimm's
asked me.
fairy tales. Aschenputtel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though that one drove me up the wall. So unfair.
Yeah.
So
It's
unfair.
so unfair. You know, those fairy tales, they were dark because life's hard. And they told the children, get ready. Y'all babies, get ready, because it's hard times is coming and shit ain't fair. Get ready.
Yeah.
And nowadays we read them these fairy stories where everything works out in the end and no one has any bad times. And then it's a shock when young people get out in the world and they're not the most special, precious thing that was ever created. And nobody cares about, you know, how they're feeling today. It's a horrible shock for some kids that are really coddled like that. I think the fairy tales were not trying to scare the children. I think they were trying to toughen them up and make them ready for the real world. I like those old school fairy tales. I find great value in them. I read a lot of them to the kids when they were little and edited them in the reading. Like when I would read something, I remember one, it was like Brother John, I think it was called. And at one point they cut off one of the kids' heads. And then later they put the head back on, miraculously restored the child or whatever. When I told the story to the kids, I said they cut off their hair because just not to be so dark about it, you know. But yeah, I think that they were startlingly dark like that for a real good reason, that they were putting those ideas in the children's mind so that it wasn't all puppies and roses. You know, bad things happen. Beware of the stranger. You know, beware of the dark woods. You know, do what your parents tell you, not just because they're telling you, because there's good reasons to stay on the path, because it's dangerous when you go into unexplored territories.
Yeah, like when you mentioned that, I think of, let's say, Hansel and Gretel, where part of the story is, yes, okay, you've got the witch in the woods, but you also have the idea that, wait a minute, don't be lured by somebody who's going to like try to give you a treat or something nice that you covet, you know, that you really want. And that's an important lesson where we all have to teach our children, right? Be wary of strangers. But we also have to, I think one thing that I always try to emphasize with our children very much is that I think for some people there's a tendency to say, oh, you know, like that biker dude over there with the tats on him and, you know, the piercings and the long hair and stuff. Be wary of him because he might be a really bad guy. But they don't get the message so much. Oh, you know, that businessman over there with the nice clean cut and the smile and the fancy dress. He go run to him if you need help, you know. But
right on
the kids
point.
have to learn the message that the exterior doesn't at all tell us about who you're dealing with. You know, the guy who looks like he might be troubled might be your savior. He might be the nicest man out there, and the guy who looks perfectly safe, he could be a monster. You don't know.
It's true.
You know? So as you say, I think a lot of these fairy tales were designed to teach children, wait a second, you know, don't just go running off or trusting everybody, you know, it could not be quite what you think it is, you know?
Right. And even like interfamily struggles with Hansel and Gretel, you get the father and the evil stepmother. There's often an evil stepmother. She wants the children killed. he can't bring himself to kill them, so he abandons them and just hopes for the best, but that's showing how difficult home life can be. Like, these children are helpless. They're at the whims of their parents, and that often I think children can identify with that. I'm not in control of my life, and then they're put into these situations where they have to do things like push the witch into the oven. They may not have wanted to do that, but they had to do it in order to, maintain their own life. And these kind of stories set us up to understand that not every home is a happy home. Right. You're not weird or different or bad because you have a stepmom that's mean to you. That doesn't mean you're bad. It means you have a bad stepmom. I think a lot of times they're trying to help in their dark way.
You're absolutely right.
Like or other, yeah, and it's all about energy anyway. Appearance doesn't mean anything to me. I treat everybody the same way. The CEO the same as the cleaning person.
Mm-hmm.
It's always about what kind of energies they send out. Yeah, bye. Thank you for coming by and joining us.
Bye.
So glad.
Happy Christmas.
You be sweet, darling.
I like that expression so much. You be sweet. I do. I love it.
Yeah.
I can't help it. She's sweet all the time. Even when she thinks she's being sour, she's still a sweetie.
And not just you be sweet, but y'all be sweet.
Y'all
yeah.
be sweet.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Try to embrace our sweetness, our sweet nature, because we all have those little bitter parts. And some of them are well-deserved. Well-deserved. I don't want to be bitter, but a little bit of bitterness, kind of enhances the sweet.
Yeah.
That's true. No, you don't have appreciation. You don't have appreciation for the sweet or the good, right? Unless you've experienced the opposite sometimes, right? That's very true.
Exactly. And that's why I, the train of thought I'm having when I do my videos or my voice recordings, and for the 10,000th time I'm complaining about my job. Because I'm thinking I'm learning from it, and I'm gonna change things based on that. Like, if I never looked at the negative and only at the positive, then I would continue to try to fit into the system that I don't like to be in.
Right. Often our greatest life instruction, right, is in the challenges or in the disappointments that we face, right?
Definitely.
Yeah, and if we never look at our discomforts and what makes us feel uncomfortable, like that with the witch and the everything, if they all listen to their hearts, then they would, which one was that? The Red Riding Hood. Then if they had read, or if she had read the energy of that wolf laying in her grandmother's bed, then none of this would have happened.
Right.
It's all about listening to your inner.
With Hansel and Gretel, if the father had not married a cold, evil woman that was willing to kill his children, none of that would have happened. He would have just been a single dad, and it'd have been fine.
Yeah. True that.
I think we do way more from our failures than our successes. I think. We learn more.
And I think we grow more from our discomforts than from our, comfort zone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, leaving your comfort zone is good for you. And it makes you appreciate when you are in your comfort zone, and you can take advantage of that and use it as a time to regenerate. And like you say, Sabina, refuel your energy tanks. You go to your comfortable spot and you revive yourself so that you're able to deal with things outside of that area.
Yeah,
that's very true. Yeah.
No, but hey, I feel like I'm in a party that I wish would never end, but I feel myself getting so exhausted. We've been at it for 4.5 hours, and that is not even
like it at all.
That's not even counting the time we were talking before we went live.
It is wonderful. Just wonderful. I love hanging out with you guys. Y'all are great.
So
and now we know how to do it and how easy it is to just, not even set it up, but just do it.
Yeah.
I would love this. This has meant a lot to me. Thank you so much
Thank
Really.
you for
God
coming.
bless
I'm
you all.
so
Thank you
glad.
very much. You've made the rest of my year for me. Yeah. Thank
That's
you.
right.
Oh,
Thank you. And to everybody in the chat too. To those that I haven't met before, it's nice to get to meet you and to chat with you like this. And to those faces I mean, icons and the names that I know. Thank God you're here. It's wonderful. Thank you so much.
It's
I wish
great.
you
and
all
I will
blessed
put,
holidays.
yes, this the same for me. And I will put the links to Tennielle's and Aliyah's channels in the description box of this live stream.
I wish you all a wonderful Christmas and the rest of the holiday break too. Sabine, you have a few days off of work?
Yes, until the 2nd.
Okay, good.
And then,
You take good
yeah,
care of yourself, recharge yourself, get ready for that year, and then go tackle it head on, right?
Right.
Yeah.
as
Yeah.
always.
Yes.
You got this, girl. You got it.
Thank you. Bye, Kate. It's so good to see you here. You too enjoy wonderful holidays and a fabulous start to the year, and we'll be in touch soon. And thank you so much for all of you wonderful ladies for your kindness. And if Ray is still around, happy holidays to you too, Ray. Yeah, to everybody.
I hope you have a wonderful holiday, Aliyah. I hope
Thank
you have just everything is merry and bright for you.
Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you.
And
God
if
bless
not, then
you.
things will get better.
They
Amen.
will.
They
They
can
will.
always get better as long as we're here, right?
And
Exactly.
if we didn't have the darkness, we could not appreciate the light, and they shine all the brighter whenever we have a little darkness behind us.
That's
That's
very
right.
true. Very, very true. Yes.
All right, you guys. Thank you,
Bye,
everybody,
Lemon
for
Happy
showing up.
holidays to you too.
All
Love you
right.
guys.
Bye.
Bye.